Well, good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don with you on your Wednesday evening, December 29, 2021. It's 8:32 p.m. Central, 9:32 Eastern, and we are watching a line of heavy thunderstorms move across north central Alabama and a few heavy thunderstorms back down to the southwest of Birmingham there, right along I-20. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out there this evening, and we also have a brand new tornado warning just issued by the National Weather Service there just south of Tuscaloosa. Big ball game underway at Coleman Coliseum in Tuscaloosa tonight as Alabama hosts Tennessee in basketball. If you have friends and family that are there at Coleman Coliseum, this storm should stay south of Tuscaloosa. There should be no concerns there for the basketball game. This will stay well south of the city of Tuscaloosa, so all is fine there in the city of Tuscaloosa at Coleman Coliseum. And we'll come back and talk about that in just a few moments, but I want to give you the big picture of what you're looking at here. First, let me welcome those of you who are listening to us via FM radio this evening, WJHO 89.7 The Classic and God's Country 90.9 WFAZ over in Ashland, Alabama. We appreciate the fine folks over there. And we appreciate them joining us this evening. All right, so here's the deal. For those of you watching us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, the purple outline area is the area of the tornado watch that's in effect this evening. It pretty much covers from northeast Alabama down through central Alabama and back into west central Alabama. If you drew a line basically from Meridian, Mississippi to Chattanooga, Tennessee, then the tornado watch is about 50 to 60 miles either side of that line. And as this line of storms continues to move off to the east this evening, then that tornado watch will probably get pushed off to the east as well. Now, they just recently added a couple of counties in our coverage area, that being down there in Talladega County and also up there in Calhoun County. So the Anniston-Oxford area, Talladega, Childersburg, Sylacauga, you're all covered under this tornado watch. You've just been added to the tornado watch. Also includes the city of Birmingham. Now, for the moment, not much happening in the city of Birmingham, and there's nothing really happening at this hour up there around the Anniston-Oxford area or even down into Talladega County. All looks well for now. And it appears to be that we're watching two different areas of activity. The largest and most widespread severe weather appears to be happening from just north of Birmingham, right up I-59, up to around Fort Payne, up there around Mentone Mountain, up there around Lookout Mountain, up in northeast Alabama. And then there's a break in the action from just north of Birmingham down to around Tuscaloosa, down there on I-20. We have one thunderstorm complex down there just south of Tuscaloosa that has prompted a tornado warning that was just issued just a few moments ago that is going to continue moving off to the east. So that's the piece that we're really concerned about as far as East Alabama and West Georgia is concerned at the moment. So we're really going to pay attention to that storm over there around Tuscaloosa. Now, we're not going to do wall-to-wall coverage starting right now. I just wanted to come on and give you an update on what we're looking at. And then as the storms get closer to East Alabama, if they do, then I'll come back and once one of our counties is touched by a warning, then we're, of course, going to give you wall-to-wall coverage. But again, two severe thunderstorm warnings up to the north, just north of Birmingham. We have a severe thunderstorm warning up there for, give me just a second to get things situated here, and I'll give you those counties. They're also scrolling at the bottom of the screen. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Etowah County in northeast Alabama, central St. Clair County in central Alabama until 9:30. This is going to affect the areas of Gadsden, Rainbow City, Hoax Bluff, Walnut Grove, and let's see here, maybe Mountain Borough and Rockledge. That's up there just around the Gadsden area, the greater Gadsden area. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8:45 for Blount County in north central Alabama. This will involve the cities of Aniana, Cleveland, Dallas, Warrior, Locust Fork, Sneed, Susan Moore, Walnut Grove. And both of those storms are moving to the east at around 45 miles per hour. And the main threat from those storms will be 60 mile per hour straight line winds. And then we have the tornado warning. This is a tornado warning remaining in effect until 9:15 p.m. for south central Tuscaloosa. That does not include the city of Tuscaloosa, northeastern Hale, and southwestern Bibb counties. At 8:35, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Moundville, or 16 miles south of Tuscaloosa, moving to the east at around 45 miles per hour. Of course, the hazard with this is a tornado and half-dollar-sized hail. This could potentially impact places such as Brent, Centerville, Moundville, West Blockton, West Centerville, and Ellis Creek and Harmon as this moves off to the east. Have not seen any reports of damage in that particular area right now. We did have a tornado earlier this evening that touched down up in Winfield, Alabama. We are close to the Mississippi state line north of Tuscaloosa. And we are getting reports of some pretty significant damage coming out of downtown Winfield. As we continue to get that information, we have not seen any indication of injuries or any type of issues with injuries or fatalities. And of course, that is a good thing. So once again, the purple outline flashing area is the new tornado watch. Well, actually, it's the old tornado watch, but some of our East Alabama counties have been added to it. That would be Calhoun and Talladega County, just added to this tornado watch in just the last few moments. So I'm going to take that off because it muddies up the radar shot there just a little bit. I'm going to take you back over here. Now, you folks over here in East Alabama, I see your questions on the board. I have to glance at it every now and then, and everybody's asking about what the deal is in East Alabama. Well, right now, you're perfectly fine. All of these storms are moving east, northeast, and I'll put the motion on there for you so you can get a general idea of the direction these storms are moving in. They're moving east, northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So you're looking at, if this thunderstorm over here around Tuscaloosa, if it holds together, and it probably will. I don't know how strong it will be by the time it gets over into East Alabama, but this complex is pretty strong, and I think it will hold together. We're looking at least a couple of hours before this makes it into East Alabama. And if it stays on the same trajectory that it's on right this moment, we're probably looking at a central or southern Talladega County, maybe a central or southern Clay County, and then maybe a central Randolph County. In a couple of hours, this would move into that area. But understand, the odds of this storm looking the same 2 hours from now as it does right now are pretty slim. Not to minimize the situation at all. This is a serious situation over here just south of Tuscaloosa that's unfolding right now, about to move in over here near Brent, over in Bibb County. And I think we've got a new tornado warning just coming in now. This new tornado warning is going to include Bibb County and pretty much going to affect central Bibb County there along Highway 82 from Brent back over to around the I-20 corridor. That's where the possible tornado is at this hour. So here's the deal. This is something else I want to show you that is pretty cool that we are doing now, and tonight's going to be our first run at this. Notice the polygon. We're not warning the entire county because you know how it used to be. If you had a tornado warning for a very small area in the southern part of a county, then the entire county would go under a warning and the sirens would blow 30 miles away where the tornado is not going to affect. Well, we have new technology going on here, Dr. Don's Weather, and so you see that red polygon. That's the area that needs to be concerned about this possible tornado, not the entire county. So pretty cool stuff going on right here. So that's what's happening over there around Tuscaloosa, and I'm going to kind of move this back off to the left a little bit and bring East Alabama into the picture so you can see, those of you watching us on social media can see that just not much going, well, there's absolutely nothing going on in East Alabama right this moment. And I'll zoom out a little bit further. You folks over in West Georgia that are watching us can see that as well. Again, for those of you listening on radio up in Talladega County, back over to St. Clair and down into Coosa, up into Calhoun. If you're up there north of Anniston, you're beginning to see some showers and thunderstorms. The only severe stuff up there right now is right around Gadsden and then back over toward Aniana. Pretty heavy thunderstorm there as well, moving to the east. But for the majority of the God's Country and the classic listening area, nothing severe right now, but we're going to be keeping an eye on that as we head toward the rest of the evening. So with that, I'm going to give our radio partners an opportunity to break away, because what we will do next is go take a look at the chat board and answer questions. So we're going to give the radio stations an opportunity to break away from our coverage. For those of you listening on radio, keep it on the station you're listening to, because as these storms get closer to East Alabama, if we have any warnings, we'll be right back with severe weather coverage for East Alabama as we go into the overnight hours. So you're listening once again to severe weather coverage on WJHO 89.7 The Classic and God's Country 90.9 FM WFAZ. I'm Dr. Don, and we'll stand by for just a second. We'll be right back with you. All righty, social media watchers, I'm back with you, and we go into more of an informal discussion and coverage of our severe weather across East Alabama and West Georgia, which we don't have any at the moment. We do have some up there in northeast Alabama, and then we do have that one tornado warning down there just south of Tuscaloosa that we're watching. So I have to be a little more descriptive when we have our radio stations online with us, because they can't see this as you folks who are watching us on social media can. So now what I can do is zoom in a little bit closer to this tornado-warned storm over here in West Alabama, and let's dive into it and take a look at a few more things. Then I'm going to answer some questions for you. And let's switch over to the base velocity. And yeah, there's your tornado just east of Moundville. That's not a real strong tornado indication right there, but nonetheless, there is a tremendous lightning output. Look at that, would you? 241 lightning strokes. That's just in the last 2 minutes with this storm. So that is significant. We've got hail detected there, 100% chance of hail, 50% chance that it is of the severe variety. Heavy, very heavy rainfall, raining at the rate of 1 1/4 inch per hour, and tornado indicated. So nasty setup right there. Well, now it's tightening back up again. So just to the east of Moundville, we have that possible tornado there riding right along the county line. I think this may stay a little bit north of Brent. It's probably going to cross 82 just west of Brent, and then it will move just south of West Blockton and just north of Brent. So if you have anybody that lives over there, just send them a text message or call them. Make sure they know this is going on. Now, Birmingham Television is covering this live. James Spann's covering every bit of this because this is in the Birmingham television market. So that he knows this area. You know how he is. He knows where every oak tree and every restaurant is located in all parts of Alabama. So if you have friends and family that's over there in West Alabama in the path of this tornado-producing storm, text them and call them and tell them to watch ABC 3340 and get it from James Spann because he can cover this area much better than I can. And he will because this is in their market area. And that's beginning to look really nasty, I got to tell you. That it now looks much better than it did on the last volume scan. Let me look at a couple of other products here right quick. I want to look at... Yeah, that's noisy. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, your tornado's right in here. I mean, it's actually a little bit south of the north end of the polygon. It's right down here. But you can see, I mean, that's hail. That's hail shaft up there, and you see all that lightning taking place. Let me run the polygon on this. And I'll see if we can get it to work. All right, now don't take these times to heart because sometimes this piece of it can get a little misplaced, but this is a pretty good idea of where this storm is going. Montevallo, the University of Montevallo, should be in there let's see, I don't like those times. Yeah, let's don't go there. 8:48 now, and let me zoom out and look at something here. Yeah, well, maybe so. But that's way outside the polygon. Yeah, so if you're over here at the University of Montevallo, if you know anybody over there, call them and tell them they need to pay attention to what's going on. Again, just watch James Spann. This is his coverage area, and he knows this area like the back of his hand. That's the safest thing to do. Call them and tell them to turn it to ABC 3340 and watch their coverage over there on this storm coming through, about to move into Bibb County, and I think we'll move between West Blockton and Brent. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to zoom back out, and then I'm going to go up here and read your comments and answer your questions. But before I do that, let me go over here and look and see if we have any reports of damage from this storm. Just got an update on the warning. A tornado warning remains in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central for south central Tuscaloosa, northeastern Hale, and southeastern Bibb counties. At 8:47, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Low Gap, or 16 miles west of Brent, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. The hazard with this storm is tornado and quarter-sized hail. And so locations in the path of this storm include Brent, Centerville, West Blockton, Low Gap, West Centerville, Pearson, Phipps, and Hagler. I'm familiar with all of those areas. This is the area of Bibb County that was destroyed by a tornado back in 74, 75, somewhere in there. They had they got hit hard over there back in the mid 70s. So this is the same area that this storm is headed to. So and just looking here at damage reports, still a lot of damage reports coming out of Winfield, Alabama, and some thunderstorm damage reports from up in those storms up around Gadsden and Blount County. I've got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center up in Norman, Oklahoma, and they are outlining the area basically along I-20 and north in northeast Alabama and North Georgia for the area to watch during the overnight. Now, that doesn't mean you folks down in East Alabama and West Georgia need to just go to bed and forget about this, because we all know that these storms and tornadoes are not looking at the same. They're not looking at computers. So you're close enough. We got to watch this as the rest of the evening goes along. But it looks like, from the latest data from the Storm Prediction Center, that basically along I-20 from Anniston all the way over into South Carolina and north is going to be the prime area through the remainder of the night for the formation of damaging winds and perhaps a brief tornado or two. So we'll see how this develops as we go throughout the evening. We already know we have that storm down there south of I-20, southwest of Tuscaloosa. And that's well removed from the area the National Weather Service is pegging as the best area for severe weather. So we know it's possible to get a storm outside of that area. So we'll watch that as we go throughout the evening. All right, so let me go up here and take a look at your comments. Question about Lafayette. You're in East Alabama. Storms haven't gotten to you yet. They will later on this evening. It's anybody's guess as to whether or not you'll have a storm move over Lafayette later on this evening, but you're looking at least a couple of hours before we start to have that window crack open there in Chambers County around Lafayette. You're fine right now. But if you're going to be going to bed anytime the next couple of hours, make sure you've got a way of being alerted for the possibility of severe weather in case a warning is issued for that area. Is it going to snow? Thank you, Rock. I appreciate you opening up that can of worms. In my opinion, no, it is not going to snow. Sunday night is where the big question mark is, and that's because we have another storm system that will come in Friday night into Saturday, maybe lasting into Saturday afternoon. We're going to have another opportunity for severe weather Friday night into Saturday, maybe even lasting into Saturday afternoon. And then on Sunday, as the main front pushes through, I think the rain's done Sunday morning, but as the main front pushes through, our temperatures are going to crash. I'm talking, we're going to just dive bomb down into the 50s and upper 40s on Sunday afternoon. And by the time you get up Monday morning, it's going to be like 25 degrees outside. Hello, winter. It's going to happen. That piece we're pretty confident about. But some of the computer models over the last 24 to 48 hours, some of them, I say, there are hundreds of models. I think we had 4 or 5 that was suggesting that the cold air would get here before the moisture gets out of here, and that we may briefly switch over to frozen precipitation Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, into Monday morning. Now, folks, if you've been following the weather with me very long at all, you know what I'm going to say here. We know how that story ends. We always, in those type of setups, the moisture is always long gone before the cold air moves in to turn that precipitation over to a frozen variety. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen on Sunday night into Monday morning. Could we see a spit of snow, a flurry? I'm talking about 12 flakes out of the Lime community, maybe 14 flakes up at Roxton. Yeah, that's possible. But when we talk about snow, I'm talking about measurable snow. That is not going to happen on Sunday night into Monday morning, based on what I see right now. Could that change? It could, but most likely it will not, because this is not a classic setup for snow in the southeast. We have to have a low-pressure system in the Gulf of Mexico with a big moisture plume riding up over cold air already in place to get a good snow in the southeast. And that's not at all what we're going to see Saturday into Sunday or Sunday night into Monday. So thank you, Tammy, for prompting me to get that out of the way early on this evening. Well, see, Brandy, a good weatherman never says there's not a chance of anything. That way we've always got something to fall back on. Sure, there's always a chance. There is always a chance of anything. But I just don't think this is going to be what we need to get a good snow. We're just getting started, though, folks. I mean, really, this will be our first taste of winter this year, so we've got a ways to go. Accurate forecast for Nashville on Sunday. Windy and very, very cold, Adam Slay. Yeah, you may see the upper 30s before the sun sets up in Nashville on Sunday. Now, the cold front's going to pass through there about the same time it does here in East Alabama and North Georgia, Nashville. I mean, we're talking a couple of 250-mile difference here, but in weather terms, that's not much at all. So the cold front's going to pass through Nashville about the same time it does across East Alabama and West Georgia. So the temperature is going to crash up there as well. And, yeah, you may see the upper 30s before the day is done on Sunday. And then Sunday night, probably low 20s, maybe even an upper teen or two around Music City. Leslie's asking about the Dadeville area, same as the rest of East Alabama. Nothing to be concerned about right now. The only thing to our west that we have to be a little concerned about at the moment is that tornado-producing storm that's over there near Centerville Brent over in Bibb County. If that continues moving in the direction it's moving now, it may end up in East Alabama in a couple of hours. But who's to say how strong it'll be when it gets over here? So we're just going to have to watch that as we go. Same for Roanoke. The storms on the Mississippi line. Well, the only thing that is severe is that storm over there just south of Tuscaloosa. There are some storms over there around Aliceville and back into Philadelphia. Let me go back to the composite right quick. I can find my mouse. There it is. All right, that's the composite. That is all the radar sites put together. So you can kind of see what's going on here. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up in northwest Georgia. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm crossing I-59 very close to Gadsden. We have a tornado warning for that storm moving into Bibb County. And then as we look back over into Mississippi, those storms in Mississippi and right there along the Alabama-Mississippi state line just south of Columbus are respectable, but they're not severe. And then as we look back over into Arkansas, down into northern Louisiana, we see a couple of strong thunderstorms, but again, they're not severe. And this line back across southern Arkansas and northern Louisiana, extreme northwest Mississippi, that's what would come through here probably after daybreak in the morning. So what we've got to watch this evening is this line that's in Alabama, really from up here around way up into Kentucky, through eastern Tennessee, through northwest Georgia, down into northeast Alabama, and down into west Alabama. And while any of these storms up here in northeast Alabama and northwest Georgia could rotate at any moment, they're severe thunderstorms at the moment. They're not tornado warnings. Only tornado warning is this one down here in Centerville Brent, and it is poised to move in the general direction of East Alabama. So we're going to watch that over the next couple of hours. And you'll notice this thing's kind of off by itself. It really doesn't have anything else to compete with. And I'll have to tell you, that is a little bit concerning. If it was part of an overall line of thunderstorms, then these things will fluctuate and the energy will move around within that line of storms. But this thing's pretty well detached from the line itself and kind of taking on a cellular identification down here, a singular storm that we'll have to watch over the next couple of hours as it moves off to the east. If you're watching us and would like to ask a question, you can post it in the chat room. At least post and tell me where you're watching from so I'll know who all we've got in here this evening. Dowie's in the house. The wind is bad in Woodland. Well, that would be from gradient winds. Those are non-thunderstorm winds. We're kind of getting in a in a push play here. We have high pressure. We have low pressure moving in that's pushing high pressure out. So when you kind of get squeezed in between those two weather systems, that's when the wind picks up. And we've been telling you the last couple of days it was going to be windy today. It's going to be windy tomorrow. As long as these storm systems hang out over the next couple of 2-3 days, it's going to be pretty windy, even well removed from thunderstorm activity. Let's see here. Standing Rock. I was in Standing Rock Christmas morning. Came through Standing Rock. Headed to Wadley, Alabama. Same for Bowden, Georgia. Bowden, you're a little bit, maybe a little over 2 hours away from seeing any thunderstorm activity. Same for Dadeville. Dadeville, you're probably within an hour and a half, maybe. But hey, look, you know, the only thing really that we've got headed for East Alabama at the moment is this storm over here in Centerville Brent. And if it continues on the path it's on right now, it's probably going to move north of Alexander City. So quite honestly, Alexander City, you don't have anything looming for the rest of the night unless something else develops south of this area over here around Centerville Brent. And it could. But at the moment, there's nothing else out there. Good evening, Titus, Georgia. Great to have you in here. Brittany Fettner's watching us from Roanoke. Ava community in Randolph County. Wedowie's in the house. All right, so Deborah's asking a very valid question. Should we stay up and watch if we're in chambers and leave? The best idea would be for you to have a NOAA weather radio sitting on your nightstand beside your bed so that if a warning is issued for your area, it will rattle you out of the bed in plenty of time before the severe weather gets to you. But if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, your next best option is to download a good weather app on your phone. Now, if you have your national alerts turned on your phone, and unless you've gone in and turned them off on purpose, they are on, then it will wake you up. Make sure your volume's turned up on your phone. Most phones are gonna alert you anyway, whether you turn the volume up or down anyway, unless you've gone in and messed with the settings. Just make sure you have a good way of receiving severe weather if you want to go to bed. Because this is not a red letter severe weather day or evening across East Alabama and West Georgia. For the moment, all we've got to really watch is that one storm off to our west, and it's not going to affect the entire area of East Alabama and West Georgia. Could we see some of the gaps in this line fill in over the next hour or two? Certainly we could. But right now, it's just not happening. So until it does, we're only going to be concerned about that one storm. Just make sure you got a good way of getting severe weather if you're going to go to bed. Good evening, Cleveland, Georgia, my current hometown. I live between Cleveland and Dahlonega up in North Georgia. Spent 22 years in Roanoke, Alabama, though. So that's why I do this for that particular area. But and then once the storms get more than one county tier into Georgia, I have to switch hats because I work for emergency management, the state of Georgia, in Georgia. So once the storms get past Noonan, then I have to quit doing live broadcast and put my uniform on and go to doing other stuff, especially once the storms get north of Atlanta and up into northeast Georgia, because that's my coverage area. So that's the deal. This storm down here in Bibb County is moving to the east. If I can get it to show up right quick. Let's see. let's just do it this way. All right, so motion is to the east at 44 miles per hour. So let's just do some math right quick. Well, let's go into Coosa County first. That's 60 miles. So you're looking at around 2 hours into Coosa County, and 100 miles to the west of Chambers County. So about an hour and a half into our coverage area, and then about 2 hours to get over here in East Alabama, and then for West Georgia, a little over 2 hours. And we're probably looking at a motion more like so, if this holds together. Let me put it in motion so you can kind of get an idea of the way it's moving. And it's held together and has maintained its tornadic signature pretty good over the last 30 minutes. But you can see there why I'm a little bit concerned about this and why we're going to watch it real close as we continue throughout the remainder of the evening. Valley, Alabama in the house. Moreland, Georgia. Nice to have you, Amanda. Swag, Alabama. Good evening, Pastor Craig McClure. You're welcome, Myra. Thank you, Teresa. Tamika's asking the question, is it going to be bad in Wedowee tonight? Don't know. The opportunity is there for it to be bad. Right now, really, though, as far as any of our East Alabama counties are concerned, south of I-20 and north of 85, the only storm we have to be concerned about at the moment is this storm over here in Centerville Brent, just south of I-20 or southeast of Tuscaloosa. That is the only storm of concern at the moment, and that's hour and a half to 2 hours away. Let me see what all this commotion is over here in the chat room right quick. All right, so we have a new tornado watch. Excuse me. We have a new tornado watch that's going to be issued here in just a few moments. It's going to be from Chilton County north and due east. So that is going to most likely get everybody north of Lee County. We'll see when the polygon hits in just a few moments. But heads up, new tornado watch coming. And from the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they're telling us it's going to be from Chilton County or Clanton, due east and north. So that most likely will get everybody in East Alabama and West Georgia, with the exception possibly of Lee and Harris. Now, that product is issued nationally from Norman, Oklahoma. And then the National Weather Service office in Birmingham can alter that a little bit. They can add counties to it or take counties away as they see fit. So they may include Lee and Harris. They may not. We'll see. That should be coming out here in just a few moments. They're telling us that they're going to allow the Bibb County tornado warning to expire. They are not planning on reissuing the tornado warning. As a matter of fact, it has just been canceled. So that polygon will go away in just a few moments. So the tornado warning for Bibb County has been canceled by the National Weather Service. All right. I'm just looking here at some other information that's just coming in. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of north central Chilton County, southwestern Shelby, and central Bibb counties through 9:45. That's what's left of the tornado warned storm. So this storm has lost a good bit of its intensity. I'm not real surprised about that. Yeah, I know we did get a little filtered sunshine this afternoon. That was a little concerning. Demopolis, Alabama made it up into the low 80s this afternoon, and that's worrisome. And, you know, might as well say January because we only got a couple of days of December left. That is worrisome to get up into the low 80s this time of year. I mean, way up here in northeast Georgia where it's supposed to be cooler, I could hear the frogs and crickets out there when the sun went down this afternoon, and that's just spooky. And I know all of you are in the same boat because I've been getting text messages all afternoon. It just feels like severe weather out there. But the air is a little more stable over here in East Alabama. So this storm that's been producing the tornado warning for the last hour has now dropped below severe limits. And again, that polygon will go away here in just a few moments. Well, there comes the special weather statement. You see the blue dotted line. So you folks up there in Montevallo, all the way over here to Jemison, in the next hour, can expect a strong thunderstorm, but it is not tornadic at this time. There is still rotation with that storm, but it is general and it is broad. It is not tight, so that's why they let the tornado warning expire, or they canceled it, actually. I mean, all thunderstorms rotate. Remember that. Or they wouldn't be a thunderstorm. All right, so we should be getting the new tornado watch here at any moment because my weather radio is doing its business in the background. So way up here in northeast Georgia. So I know that the county I live in, up here in White County, Georgia, just went under a tornado watch for this line of storms. But again, you folks up here in Georgia, now these we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings up here for some very strong storms, and there is some rotation with these storms, but nothing that indicates a tornado at this time. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And one thing I do want to do here is I want to go back to the Birmingham radar. Oh, got a new tornado warning just popped up. All right, this is going to be a tornado warning just north of Jacksonville, Alabama. Let me get the text of it up here. Tornado warning for northeastern Calhoun County in east central Alabama until 9:45 p.m. At 9:14 p.m., 1 minute ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Alexandria, or 7 miles northwest of Jacksonville, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. So that is a brand new tornado warning. This is going to affect the areas around Piedmont, Sulphur Springs, and Knighton's Crossroads. For you folks up there in northeastern Calhoun County. Brand new tornado warning there. So let me take some of this off and change products so I want to see what this looks like on the velocity. All right, that's a little noisy. Let's go take Atlanta. Okay, you can see it better off of the Atlanta radar. There it is right there. All right, let's see. That's going to be north west of downtown Jacksonville, just to the east of 431 and just north of Highway 204. And on its current trajectory, we're talking about Piedmont at 9:36 p.m., Borden Springs around 9:48, Palestine around 9:50, and Cedartown, that's over in Georgia, at around 10:10. I'll zoom back out a little bit so you can see the direction this is going. So Piedmont is in the direct path of this storm. So you have got about till around 9:36 Piedmont. So if you're in Piedmont, you need to be going to your safe place. If you're closer to the storm than Piedmont, you certainly need to be in your safe place. Jacksonville's good. Jacksonville University, no concerns there. This is going to move well north of Jacksonville. And this is going to be more of a threat for Piedmont. And we do have viewers up there. So we're going to stay with this and see where this goes. This storm will not affect it will not affect our core areas of our coverage area down in East Alabama, south of I-20. As a matter of fact, it won't even get close to the I-20 corridor. This is going to be moving to the northeast. So let me go back to the reflectivity. Pretty nasty looking storm. But if you're up here in Piedmont, Alabama, you're right there in the path of this. So you need to be taking those precautionary measures if you're in that area. All right, so there's your brand new tornado watch. It covers all of East Alabama. This watch is in effect until 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. I can tell you that you will not have a threat of severe weather for that length of time. We're talking about, 9:30, 9:20, another couple of hours, certainly by midnight. Yes, that is a tornado warning for the Piedmont area. Certainly by midnight tonight, the threat of severe weather should be subsiding and should have moved on into middle Georgia. The way they issue those things, they do them in most of the time it's 6-hour blocks. But I can tell you that we will not have a threat of severe weather until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, unless something else develops off to the west, and I wouldn't anticipate that. Yes, that is a tornado warning for the Piedmont area. We got a tornado just to the southwest of Piedmont. Now, we don't have a confirmed tornado that I have seen just yet. What we have is a thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. And I keep switching back and forth between the different, and there's your possible tornado right there. So let's look So your possible tornadoes about 9 miles southwest of downtown Piedmont, moving to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. So, yeah, it won't take long to get there. If you're in the Piedmont area, if you're up here around Highway 278, Highway 9 intersection, you need to go ahead and go to your safe place and be prepared for the possibility of severe weather in Piedmont and just to the north of Piedmont. Let me run the polygon on this. Piedmont around 9:36, Borden Springs around 9:48, Palestine around 9:50, and Cedartown over in Georgia around 10:10 p.m. Your tornado would be in this area. If you're just joining us, we have a new tornado watch which covers, and I was about to talk about that a little bit when that new tornado warning popped up, covers the following counties in our coverage area: Talladega, Clay, Cleburne, Calhoun, Randolph, Chambers, Tallapoosa, Coosa, and over in Georgia it gets Troop, Hurd, Carroll, and Haralson, which is exactly what I thought. Lee County and Harris County, you're not included in the tornado watch at this time. We continue to watch this tornado warning that's just been issued by the National Weather Service for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And this is going to be just to the southwest of Piedmont. I'll read the verbiage of the warning to you. Maybe. Maybe not. There's always more than one way to get where you want to go. Now, if I can find it. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to restart that to get that to populate, I think. All right, so it's tornado warning. It's in effect until 9:45 p.m. So it expires in about 20 minutes. Radar indicated maximum size hail about 3/4 of an inch. Locations affected by this tornado warning will be Piedmont, Sulphur Springs, and Knighton's Crossroads. So y'all bear with me just a bit. As I check on some of my family in that area. Again, the estimated time of arrival in the Piedmont area around 9:36. Now, if you're in that area, Piedmont and north, I think right there where 74, 278, Highway 9, and the Jacksonville Highway all come together. I think that's going to be the area affected, so you need to go to your safe place right now. That would be an interior closet on the interior hallway of your home. Carry a blanket, a mattress, pillows, bicycle, motorcycle helmet, anything you can carry with you into that hallway or into a closet in a hallway or an interior bathroom. If a bathroom is your only option, get in the bathtub. and cover yourself with anything you can get your hands on that would soften the blow of building material that might fall on top of you. Make sure that you've got on hard-soled shoes so that if you do have to get out of a collapsed structure, you will have hard-soled shoes on. A lot of injuries occur after tornado damage. So if you're in Piedmont, you need to be in your safe place right now. You don't have any more time. All right, my family's not up there. They're down in Woodland, so we're safe. But there's a lot of folks who are, and a lot of folks watching us. So we're going to continue to watch this for you. But if you're in Piedmont, north of Piedmont, if you're up here on Highway 9, north of Piedmont, you need to be in your safe place. The warning has been extended on off to the east. So locations are Piedmont, Pleasant Gap, Borden Springs, and Spring Garden. All of these locations, you need to be in your safe place now. If you're anywhere out here on 278, back over toward the Georgia state line, Borden Springs or just north of Borden Springs, you need to be in a safe place. If you know anybody that lives in this area up here, extreme northern Cherokee County, Piedmont or north of Piedmont, call them and make sure they know what's happening up there. All right, we got a brand new tornado warning coming in. This is going to be for Calhoun, Cherokee, Cleburne until 10 p.m. At 9:25 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Piedmont, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. That's the tornado we're talking about. So this is going to actually get extreme northern Cleburne County, which is in our coverage area. That's right up here. North of Oak Level. Yet it may very well ride right there along the county line. So this is your tornado over here around Piedmont. You see where the reds and the light greens touch one another? That's your tornado. And this is giving us a very good indication that we have a tornado here. And it's moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. So that's going to bring it very close to Borden Springs, right there along the county line. Let me give you, just bear with me a minute. I'm going to take that down, and I'm going to take the scrolls down for a moment as well. I want to give you as big a view as I can of this. And let's give you some county roads here. County Road 70. This is in northern Cleburne County. Beecham Lake Road. County Road 94. County Road 49. If I can get anything else to populate. County Road 202. This is in Cleburne County, Alabama, we're talking about. If you're on any of those roads I just mentioned, you need to be in a safe place. Piedmont, the tornado's right on top of you, or the possible tornado. But I have to tell you, this looks pretty significant. And then as it continues moving on off to the east, northern Cleburne County, along be southern Cherokee and northern Cleburne, along 278, maybe a little bit north of 278, and then to the south, all the way down to Borden Springs. You need to be in your safe place now. And again, the best place to go is going to be an interior room on the lowest level of your home or place of business. No, that tornado that's up here in northern Cleburne is not going to affect Randolph County in any way. Heads up over here in Georgia, though. Up here in north of I-20, up there north of Buchanan, up there around Cedartown, maybe up to Cave Springs. You folks in those areas need to be paying attention to what's going on here, though. This is one of the better looking tornado signatures we've seen tonight. Go back to the reflectivity. I got a pretty good hail core up here to the north of the circulation. That is very typical. Extremely heavy rainfall. I'll say the structure doesn't look extremely impressive as far as the reflectivity is concerned, but you go back to the velocity, and there's no question it's there. Now, it has broadened out a little bit. I think it's not as tightly wound up as it was in the last volume scan, but this is still a dangerous storm. So here you go. Borden Springs in about 3 minutes. Palestine at 9:37. Argonne at 10:04. These are central times. Rockmart at 10:05 or 11:05 Eastern. Dallas, Georgia at 11:18. And then Hiram at 10:23. The warning continues until 9:45 Central. For extreme northern Cleburne County and southern Cherokee County. Yeah, a lot of folks are asking about other areas around the area, and I will get to that in just a few moments. But we have a life emergency underway here with a dangerous-looking storm that's moving into extreme northern Cleburne County. So, I know all of this is alarming, and I know it's kind of hard to understand how all of this works. And sometimes those of us who have been doing this all of our lives forget that, and I understand, and I apologize for that. But I'll tell you that if I'm not calling out the name of your town, you have absolutely nothing to be worried about right now. I can guarantee you, if there's anything going on down in our core counties, I'd be all over it. Right now, this is the only danger we've got at the moment. Zooming back out, looks like we do. Let's see here. Looks like that tornado warning has been reissued down here in Bibb County, and that's about to move into northern Clanton. So we are watching that very closely, and that's the only thing of any concern at the moment for the remainder of East Alabama and West Georgia is this storm down here around Centerville Brent. Right now, this is the dangerous storm of the moment. This is the storm moving into just east of Piedmont, headed toward Borden Springs. Now, one bit of encouraging news here. Maybe not. I was going to say that Georgia has already gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning over here. I was hoping it was in anticipation of this storm coming out of Alabama and it was weakening. But you can clearly see why they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for this entire line up here. So we may see This tornado warning coming out of Alabama extended over into Georgia here in a little bit. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for the West Georgia counties for locations such as Rome, Canton, Cartersville, Dallas, Cedartown, Kennesaw, Woodstock, Ackworth, Holly Springs, Adairsville, Rockmart, Hiram, and all these locations over here around Cartersville. That's going to be for this line of thunderstorms that's already in Georgia. And then we have this tornado warning down here in northern Cleburne County, Alabama, southern Cherokee County, that's going to be moving across the Georgia state line in about 30 minutes or less. So we could potentially see the tornado warning extended into Georgia as well. Now, that's well outside of our coverage area. We typically stop at about I-20 over here in Georgia because Atlanta Television will pick this up. Birmingham sometimes will take Cleburne County, sometimes they don't, so we don't mess with that. I don't have time to look and see if Birmingham's covering Cleburne tonight, so we're going to stay with this up here in the northern reaches of Cleburne County and southern Cherokee. Tornado warning in effect for another 22 minutes around Borden Springs in northern Cleburne County. We actually had this storm cycle. It was in the process of dying down, then it tightened up again just to the east of Piedmont, according to the National Weather Service. So the core of this thing now would be right there along 278, just east of Piedmont, moving on off to the east at around 45 miles per hour. Would be just west of Borden Springs. If you are anywhere along 278 or just south of 278, back over toward Borden Springs, you need to be in your safe place now. Automobiles, no. Mobile homes, I hope that you have already gotten out of your mobile home if you can. You folks on downstream over here in Georgia, are there along Highway 278, Highway 6, Highway 100. Be prepared to go under a tornado warning for this. So if you're in a mobile home over here and you've got a neighbor that's in a brick and mortar structure or wood structure, go ahead and head over to their house. If you can get out of your mobile home and go to a place of safety, make sure that is an interior room, preferably a closet, but a bathroom will work. If you don't have a closet, a basement is the best idea. Make sure you carry something with you to cover up, blankets, pillows, mattress out of a baby bed, off of a futon, cushions off of the couch, some type of helmet to cover your head, whether it be a motorcycle or bicycle helmet. Make sure you have on hard sole shoes. If you have time, grab a flashlight. And some way to make a loud noise, whether it be a whistle or one of those compressed cans of air. They work real well. These are, you hear us preach about it all the time. These are things that you really need to prepare for well in advance of storm situations. And while we have a real event unfolding tonight up here in northern Cleburne County, right there along Highway 278, it does look like that we're going to have another event probably Friday night into Saturday or sometime Saturday. So if you don't have all those items I just mentioned, you got time to get prepared for the next round of severe weather. So this storm is picking up in forward speed a little bit too. It's now moving to the east, northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So it won't take it long. It will be over there in West Georgia, but tornado encroaching on Borden Springs at the moment, and would not be surprised if we actually have one on the ground. I do not see any reports of that so far, but understand this is a very rural area of East Alabama, and sometimes it takes a while to learn of damage. So look, here's Borden Springs, and it looks like our rotation or a possible tornado is going to be maybe a mile northwest of Borden Springs, right there along the county line, and moving off to the east. So south of 278-74 and north of Borden Springs is where the greatest danger is with this storm. You're down here in Borden Springs proper. It's probably very windy and raining like crazy, thunder and lightning. And you should be in your safe place. You're too close not to be in your safe place down here. But it looks like the actual rotation piece, there's the meso indication right there, is moving right along the county line. It moves off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. I'm just looking at several different things here to see if I see anything that tells me otherwise, and I don't. Bowden, question in there about Bowden. This storm will not affect Bowden. This particular storm is going to go well north of Bowden. Next in line of concern after Borden Springs would be over here south of Cedartown. It's going to be well north of I-20. Probably will stay just south of Rockmart once it gets into Georgia. Questions about Woodland. Yeah, Mary, that one over there around Bibb County, we're going to keep an eye on that because that storm overall hasn't weakened much. It seems to be cycling. We did lose the tornado signature about 30 minutes ago, and then about 15 or 20 minutes after that, it came back. It tightened up again, so it continues to cycle. But overall, the structure of the storm still looks pretty good. So we're going to keep a real close eye on that storm down there in Centerville Brent that's about to be in Chilton County there. It's going to move just between Clanton and Alabaster. It's going to cross I-65 right there on top of the Shelby County Airport, which is where the National Weather Service office in Birmingham is located. And so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see the National Weather Service in Birmingham evacuate their office here in just a few moments. And for those of you wondering when that happens, well, they've just canceled. They've just canceled the tornado warning for Bibb County. Let's see if they continue it for Chilton, though. If you're wondering what happens when a National Weather Service has to go to their safe place, then the neighboring National Weather Service office downstream from the direction of the storms will take over for them. So in this case, if they were to have to evacuate from this storm, I'll take you down there right quick. Pretty interesting stuff. Nope, they canceled the warning completely. for this storm. Now, that doesn't mean you were in the clear, because remember, they canceled it about 30 minutes ago and then it cycled right back up. So it's right on top of Montevallo now. So this is where the National Weather Service office in Birmingham is located, right there where you see the mouse moving around on the screen. So if they were to have to evacuate because of this storm, the National Weather Service office over in Peachtree City will take over the warning duties and the forecasting duties for the National Weather Service office at Birmingham, and would issue their warning products until Birmingham can come back online once it's safe to do so. But at the moment, we've lost our tornado signature down here, so there would be no reason for BMX to have to evacuate. We'll watch and see if that thing cycles back up in a few minutes. All right, so we're beginning to see some individual small cells pop up over here in northeast Clay County, northwest Randolph County, but nothing severe. If you're up there north of Wedowee, you got rain. If you're up there around Delta, you got rain. If you're north of Ranburne, you got some rain up there. Nothing to be concerned about. Those are not severe storms. The severe stuff is up here in extreme northern Cleburne County. And at least for another 12 minutes, we have a tornado warning for a thunderstorm producing a possible tornado that will be moving into Georgia here in about 12 minutes. Question about Rome. Rome, you're good. I mean, the heaviest part of this line has already moved through the Rome area. So pretty much the severe threat in northwest Georgia for places such as Rome, Somerville, Chickamauga, pretty much Dalton. That severe threat has pretty much ended for those areas. If you're in North Georgia from Blairsville over to Blue Ridge to LOJ, down to Calhoun, anywhere along the area where you see the dark red, the severe threat continues for you. But if you're behind it, to the left of it, or to the northwest of it, up here in northwest Georgia, your severe threat has ended for the night. If you're down here, again, we have a ongoing tornado warning for extreme northern Cleburne, southern Cherokee County of northeast Alabama, well north of I-20, off to the east of Jacksonville. It's horrible in Jacksonville right now. You got pouring rain, gusty winds, thunder, lightning. It's still got a good lightning output to the north and northwest of Jacksonville, but the severe threat is off to your east. It's up there in this storm right along the Alabama-Georgia state line. I-20 is not a bad ride. There are some pockets of heavy rain from Birmingham all the way back to the Georgia state line, but really from Heflin all the way back to Atlanta, you're in good shape right now. Again, scattered light showers developing across northwest Randolph and northeast Clay. And then we're watching this thunderstorm cell down here near Montevallo, just to the west of I-65. As it slowly moves off to the east. And actually it has slowed down a little bit. Earlier it was moving to the east at around 45 miles per hour. Now it's moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. Here's the deal. This line this line that's causing these storms will stall out later tonight into tomorrow morning. We think probably south of Atlanta, probably closer down here to Macon, maybe Troy to Columbus to Macon area. This line is going to stall out as the better energy, the low pressure system, moves to the north up through Tennessee and eventually on up into Kentucky and up into the Great Lakes region. That's where the best energy is. And it's going to race off to the north, and it's going to kind of leave this cold front behind. It'll kind of wash out across the southeast. And then that's what could bring us the rain tomorrow night, into Friday, as this thing just kind of meanders around. Then we have several more pieces of energy coming our way. May have to deal with severe weather again Saturday. And right now, looks like that it may be even more significant than what we're dealing with tonight. We'll have to see. We got to get this stuff out of here first before we can really see what's going to be going on this weekend. But again, we're watching. We're still watching this thunderstorm cell up here in northern Cleburne County. I'm talking about way north, almost into southern Cherokee County. It's right there on the county line. Let's go back to the velocity. It's right there on the state line now. I mean, literally. And I'll be honest with you, it doesn't look... It looks a little discombobulated now. I mean, this is not nearly as wound up as it was 30 minutes ago or even 45 minutes ago. Borden Springs, you're on the back edge of it. The threat is ending for you as we speak. Let me see if we have any updates here. All right, so we have expired the tornado warning for Cherokee County. That's good. We have canceled the tornado watch for Calhoun County, Shelby County, and Talladega. Hooray. All right, so hear me again. Calhoun, Shelby, Talladega, the severe weather threat has ended. That's Anniston, Oxford, Talladega, Sylacauga. Your severe weather threat has ended for the night. The tornado warning has been canceled for Cherokee County and Cleburne County in Alabama. So that tornado-producing thunderstorm has now moved into the state of Georgia. We have, let's see, wait a minute now. Birmingham extends area of tornado watch for Calhoun, Shelby, Talladega. Well, this is the problem we have, folks. The National Weather Service, when we have overlapping tornado watches, when one expires and the other one continues, they actually send out verbiage that they've canceled one, but it continues on the other. It's extremely confusing. I have no idea why they do it this way. But it would appear, from what I'm reading off the National Weather Service chat room, that they have extended the area of tornado watch. Let me just read the verbiage on that. I got to tell you, that's extremely irritating because I don't want to give you bad information. All right, the National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 571 until 4 a.m. Thursday. Watch replaces a portion of Tornado Watch 570, which is now expired. The new watch is valid for the following areas. In Alabama, the watch includes 3 counties. In central Alabama, Calhoun, Shelby, and Talladega. So I am sorry. I take back what I said earlier. If you are in Calhoun, Anniston, Oxford, Shelby, or Talladega, city of Talladega, Childersburg, Sylacauga, you are still covered under a tornado watch. It will not go until 4 a.m. And that's why it didn't surprise me that they were canceling. But what they were canceling was the original tornado watch. The new tornado watch, which also covers those counties, is still valid. So now that we have cleared up all of that, let me go back to the reflectivity. And you can see why that wouldn't surprise me, because there is no severe weather. I mean, there's some heavy thunderstorms about to move into Talladega, but they're real small and they're broken. It doesn't look nearly as significant as what we see up here in northern Cleburne. And all of that's going to continue riding right along I-20, so I'm not even sure it even makes it down to Talladega. Certainly, I don't think it'll make it to the southern end of the county, but we got to watch this stuff coming out of, yeah, that's why they're doing that. We got to watch this stuff coming out of Meadow Valley that's coming back up in that direction. So that would explain that. So there we go. Glad we cleared that up. And so that tornado polygon right there should go away momentarily. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to reset here because I think I'm missing some data. All right, so what's going to happen? I am going to take you over to that for just a moment while I reset some things here in the studio. All right. That wasn't too bad, except it still needs to reset again. Bear with me, folks. We'll get this going here in just a minute. All right. It's coming back. Okay, so yeah, the polygon's still up there. I can tell you that is not valid. That warning has been canceled by the National Weather Service. You can see that they have trimmed off the backside of the tornado watch. So now Jefferson County, Metro Birmingham, back up toward Gadsden, and right along up I-59 and to the west, that entire area has been cleared from the severe weather possibilities. So what'll happen now is we'll focus on this area, which is the core coverage area for Dr. Don's weather. All right, so we've been going now for about an hour and a half. So what I'm about to do, I'm going to leave the radar up. And I am going to, I've got to put on another pot of coffee, to be quite honest with you. So I'm going to put the radar in motion. I'm going to leave it up. I'm going to take the tornado watch down. So the screen's not quite so crowded. Oh yeah, let's switch back to Birmingham too so we can see a little bit better what's off to our west. Here comes another tornado warning. Nope. That was in the loop. My bad. All right, that's just a special weather statement. But I got to tell you, that's a pretty strong storm down here just south of Alabaster, crossing I-65. Down there around Saginaw, you know where that's at? Well, we actually, producer Tracy and I drove right through there Monday morning on our way to Birmingham, which was a disaster in itself. Don't even get me started on that. Questions about the path of the storm that's down here that we're looking at between Alabaster and Jemison is to the east, maybe a shade north of due east. So downstream, Talladega Springs, maybe Childersburg, Talladega Springs, Goodwater, maybe Talladega, Ashland. Possibly Wadley and Roanoke. We'll see. It's got a little bit of a northern component to it. I would think Wedowee stands a better chance, Ashland stands a better chance than Mellow Valley, Wadley, Roanoke. I'm not saying you guys are out of it. I'm just saying that at this time, if it holds together, I think Ashland, Lineville, Wedowee stands a better chance at seeing this storm. Certainly Sylacauga and Childersburg will. Yep, I think we're fixing to get another warning on this one. Yeah, here we go. Brand new tornado warning just in from the National Weather Service. They are warning now for this same cell that's gone tornadic multiple times already this evening. This is from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of northeastern Chilton, southern Shelby, and central Bibb counties through 10:30 p.m. At 9:47 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Bearfield Ironworks Park or near Montevallo. Movement is off to the east at 35 miles per hour. So we have seen the storm slow down a little bit over the last hour and a half since we started watching this thing. At one point, it was moving east at around 45 miles per hour, so it is slowing down a little bit. And so the areas of concern here will be Alabaster, Calera, Montevallo, Brent, Columbiana, Centerville, Jemison, West Blockton, American Village, University of Montevallo, Shelby County Airport. That's where the National Weather Service office in Birmingham is located. So once again, I think the tornadic part of this storm is going to probably cross over I-65 a little bit south of the Shelby County Airport. So the airport's sitting right here, where you see that KBMX, the green letters there. I know it's hard to see if you're watching on a phone. By the way, folks, if you have a big screen TV, all you got to do is go to YouTube and search Dr. Don's weather page, and you can watch us in live and living color right there on your big screen TV, and the resolution is phenomenal. So if you got the capabilities of doing that, that's the way to watch us during severe weather coverage. But I think the core of the tornado, if there is indeed one, would probably cross over somewhere there just south of Calera. Let's go back to the velocity. And we're so close to the radar, it's hard to pick it out. Let's go back to Atlanta. I tell you what, let's go to Montgomery. Yeah, let's look at it from Montgomery. Oh yeah. Right there. That is your possible tornado. Right there along Highway 31, about to cross over 31. That would actually be just inside Chilton County. So it is riding the Chilton County, Shelby County line. So that's going to be a little bit, it's going to be between Calera and Jemison. Jemison, you're fine. This is not going to affect you. It is going to be east of Montevallo, and I think just south of Calera. But if you're in Calera, you need to go through your tornado safety preparedness plan right now, though, because it's close. It's actually going to cross over I-65 north of the Peach Park, north of the Thorsby exit. It's going to be right there, the extreme northern reaches of Chilton County is where it's going to cross over I-65. A few miles north of the Alabama Emergency Management Headquarters, which is down here at Highway 31 or Highway 22 and I-65 down here on the south end of Chilton County. This is way up there in the north end of the county. A lot of questions about East Alabama, Randolph County. What can we expect over there? Well, this is really the only storm of concern that we're going to have to watch as it moves into East Alabama, and this thing just won't go away. It has cycled several times in the last, how long have we been on now? Hour and 36 minutes. This storm has cycled, I know, 3 times, where it would tighten up, would get a tornado warning out of it, and then it would dissipate. And then 15, 20, 30 minutes later, here it comes again. So overall, this storm hasn't weakened that much in the last 90 minutes or so since we've been on. It's just cycling. So this is really the only area we've got to watch at the moment for our East Alabama counties. And if it continues doing what it has been doing for the last 90 minutes, then eventually it's going to end up over here in East Alabama. Now, it's moving relatively slow for a tornado-producing thunderstorm. We're talking about 35 miles per hour to the east. And right now, the biggest danger from this storm would be in southern Talladega County, probably around Talladega Springs. Around Sylacauga. If I'm in Sylacauga, I'm going to start paying real close attention to what's going on over here. Childersburg, I think you're too far north. Wetumpka, maybe pay attention. Goodwater, pay attention. Sylacauga, pay attention. The rest of you over here in East Alabama, no worries at the moment. We're going to watch this. With it moving as slow as it is, we're going to give you plenty of heads up if you need to take cover from this storm. And really, that's the only storm of concern for East Alabama at the moment. Go back to the reflectivity. We'll look at the rest of East Alabama. We've got some scattered storms up there just south of I-20, stretching on up into the Heflin area. All of that stuff is not severe. Scattered light showers in Randolph County over into West Georgia. Looking at North Georgia, though, we are seeing multiple severe thunderstorm warnings up here. You can probably hear my weather radio going off in the background. And I am located right there about where the A is on Dahlonega. Right there. And so you can see I have a severe thunderstorm just one county over, and then that stretches on back down. The reflectivity doesn't look as bad because we're looking at Montgomery. Let me go to Atlanta right quick, because I know we got several folks watching up here in North Georgia. Oh, yeah. It's fixing to rain at my house. Right there where the A is where I'm located. So we've got a line of heavy thunderstorms stretching from just north of Clayton down to just north of Dahlonega. And then we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Dawson County, stretching on down into Roswell area, back up toward Jasper, and then all the way back to the Alabama state line right there along I-20. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. The blue dotted area up there around Blue Ridge is a special weather statement. So those of you watching up here in White County, Georgia, probably the north part of the county from Helen north is just going to get this special weather statement storm. From Helen south, though, we're going to have to kind of see what this stuff does over here by Jasper, back over toward Dahlonega. It's conceivable we could go under a warning here in central and southern White County, and then back over in Lumpkin County as well. We'll see. For you folks up here in northeast Georgia, Rabun County, Towns, back over toward Union, northern Lumpkin County. Right now, just some heavy rain, gusty winds, nothing severe up there for the moment. And as we come back down here to East Alabama, again, torrential rainfall right there from just east of the Anniston-Oxford exit on I-20, stretching all the way back up to around Cedartown. I-20, a washout right there where 431 and I-20 intersects. A lot of lightning in the area. But by and large, for the most part, for the rest of East Alabama and West Georgia, the only area we're concerned about right now is this tornado-warned storm over here along I-65 in extreme northern Chilton County, maybe extreme southern Shelby County, moving off to the east. If you are in Sylacauga, down to Stewartville along, Sylacauga along 231, and Stewartville here along 231, you need to be prepared to go to your safe place. Your counties are not included in the warning just yet, but that could change at any moment. If you're over here in Coosa County, over toward Blue Springs, excuse me, right there along the river just south of the lake, you've got this line of storms about to move into your area. I'm sorry, just north of the lake up there, Blue Springs. This is about to move in. Talladega Springs, about to get clobbered right there as well. And your possible tornado, you see that yellow round icon that's spinning right there. This is in the general area of where the tornado would be right now. Understand that Doppler radar scans are running anywhere from 4 to 6 minutes. So, don't go by exactly what this radar is showing you as far as placement is concerned, but it's close. All right, so we're getting a new warning from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning, tornado damage threat is considerable. 1-inch hail or larger for Chilton and Shelby until 10:45 p.m. At 10:12 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Calera, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So let me read that for you once again. National Weather Service office in Birmingham has issued a tornado warning. It is observed. It's confirmed. Damaging threat is considerable for Chilton and Shelby until 10:45 p.m. At 10:12 p.m., a confirmed tornado, an extremely dangerous tornado, was located near Calera, moving east at 35 miles per hour. The radar operator at Shelby County Airport is telling us that they are noting debris at about 10,000 feet. That is significant. So we have a tornado emergency unfolding here, and this is going to be for this storm that you're looking at there. We understand the tornado has touched down near Calera. It is east of Calera now, but we understand there is damage in the Calera area right there along I-65. We were talking about this storm as it passed over I-65. Now, it is just to the east of I-65. So if you're in Coosa County up there in the northwest corner, you need to be in your safe place immediately. This is going to be the area of Blue Springs. If you're up here in southern Talladega County, southwest Talladega County, places like Talladega Springs, you need to be in your safe place. Wilsonville, I think you're far enough north, but I would to be on the safe side, especially if your house is surrounded by trees and you're not in a very sturdy structure. Even as far north as Wilsonville, I would go ahead and exercise my tornado plan. If you're over here in Sylacauga, Stewartville, you need to be ready to go to your safe place if this storm continues as strong as it is right now. So we need to make sure that we have our radio stations online with us. If my board operator at the FM stations will text me right quick and confirm that you guys have got the radio on with us, I would appreciate that. I see a text from you at 10:38. I'm sorry, 9:38. So I'm assuming that you're still with us. But let us know if you're not, because we need to get you on. Because now Talladega County is most likely about to go under a tornado warning. It would be for the southern half. I think certainly south of Childersburg, probably more like Sylacauga, down to around Stewartville. Even you folks down here at Hanover, along 231, should pay attention to this as this storm moves off to the east. I believe Hanover is going to be south of the storm, but it is too close to make that call. And let's go back. Let's take Montgomery again. And I'm not really sure if we're missing some data or if this is bad data. We're seeing lightning showing up down here in west of Hyssop, but there's no reflectivity down there. All right, so you can kind of see the direction this storm is moving. It's moving a little bit north of due east. And the concerning thing about this is overall, this cell has held together and has not really weakened that much over the last couple of hours. Birmingham continues the tornado warning. Observed tornado damage threat is considerable for Chilton and Shelby County until 10:45 p.m. At 10:12 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Calera, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Here's another update. Birmingham issues tornado warning for Coosa and Talladega County. There you go. At 10:18 p.m., a tornado-producing storm was located near Lay Lake, or 7 miles south of Columbiana, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. And you'll see that pop up on the screen here in just a few moments. But that is going to get that tornado warning now over there for Coosa and Talladega. So northern Coosa County, southern Talladega County, you're now under a tornado warning for this storm back over here in Chilton and Shelby counties that are moving off to the east at around 35 miles per hour. So these are kind of slow moving storms this evening. So now I have confirmation. We do have our FM stations on with us. So we welcome WJHO 89.7, The Classic, and God's Country 90.9 WFAZ to our broadcast this evening. We are watching a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. It is confirmed, and it is a dangerous situation here for southern Talladega and northern Coosa County. So if you're in this area, Blue Springs, Talladega Springs, and even if I'm in Sylacauga and Stewartville, I'm not going to take any chances here. I would suggest you go ahead and go to your safe place. A tornado warning remains in effect until 10:45 p.m. for northeastern Chilton and southeastern Shelby counties, and now southern Talladega and northern Coosa County for a large and very dangerous confirmed tornado that is potentially causing considerable damage. This is the real deal. This is what we prepare for, and this is what we talk about when we tell you to be prepared for severe weather. Gonna give you, see if we can get that on. We're getting a lot of lightning strikes here at our studio too, so just so you know, if we go away all of a sudden, that's going to be why. We'll be back with you as quick as we can. So we're looking at Blue Springs by about 10:30. That's about 9 minutes from now. So if you're in Blue Springs, you need to go to your safe place now. Talladega Springs around 10:34. Weguffca 10:46. I'm not really sure the storm is going to make it that far south, but again, you're close enough, and you don't need to take a chance on it. So even down here in Weguffca, I would go to my safe place to be on the safe side. Stewartville, Sylacauga, Talladega Springs, Blue Springs, Weguffca, maybe even Hanover. At least over here in Hanover, be ready to go to your safe place. There's your new tornado warning polygon that just popped up. So from Sylacauga all the way down to Hanover along Highway 231, you need to go to your safe place. And then back to the west, Weguffca, Blue Springs, Talladega Springs. You need to be in your safe place. Let me give you a few. That's a highway, Talladega Spring. There's Holly Road. Give me some reference points here. Talladega Springs Road. Hidden Valley Road. These are all down in Coosa County. Up here in Talladega County, we're talking County Road 10. Old Cedar Creek Road. Lands End Road. Sky Lake Lane. Holly Road. Some of these small county roads or private roads down here in the extreme western side of Coosa County are not populating. Well, there's Marble Valley Road. I think your tornado is going to be back up here right by Blue Springs. I think Blue Springs is going to take the brunt of it. But there could be some problems back a little bit to the south of that as well. So the north end from the north end of the lake north is the concern area. And without the reflectivity, let me take the lightning off too. That makes it a little easier to see the areas that need to be taking cover right now. We're talking about Sylacauga, Stewartville, Hanover, Weguffca, Talladega Springs, Blue Springs. It's right on top of you. Let me go back over here to the chat room and see what we've got. Trees down all along 145, about a mile north of the Chilton County line. All right, tornado warning has been canceled for Chilton County. Warning continues for Shelby until 10:45. Or yeah, that should also read Talladega too. Southern Talladega and northern Coosa County. So where the storm is located, very close to Lay Lake now, moving off to the east. Actually, I think it's going to be a little bit east of Lay Lake now, or on the eastern shores of Lay Lake. I'm getting reports of trees down in the Jemison area. I don't see any reports of structural damage, but folks understand this is out in the country. I mean, this is rural Alabama. It's in the middle of the night. And it takes time for these reports to come in. Hopefully there is no structural damage. But that's one of the disadvantages of having severe weather in the rural parts of Alabama and Georgia. It just takes a while. It's not like a major metropolitan city. If a tornado of this magnitude were to hit the city of Birmingham, you would know it immediately and probably would watch it live. That just is not going to happen out in the rural sections of the state. So this is a tornado warning for southwestern Talladega County in east central Alabama, northwestern Coosa County in east central Alabama until 11 p.m. this evening. So that's about another 33 minutes. Weather Service is reporting that a tornado is on the ground. You should take cover now if you're in the path of this storm. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. For those of you who are listening via radio this evening, this is going to primarily affect southern Talladega and northern Coosa. Basically Sylacauga south down to around Hanover, right there along Highway 231. The core of the storm is very close to Blue Springs and Talladega Springs as we speak, running right there along the county line pretty much. Let's go back to the base velocity. Yeah, there it is. So you would expect the tornado, for those of you who are watching us on social media, you would expect the tornado to be between the dark reds and the light greens. So somewhere very close to Blue Springs, between Blue Springs and Talladega Springs, right there where Talladega, Chilton, and Coosa all come together, is where we would expect the tornado to be. Okay, so I see someone saying hopefully I'll see their question soon. Post it again if you don't mind. Brandy, post her question again if it's very important. Because I cannot scroll back up. I just happened to catch that as I looked up right quick. Going to zoom back out and go back to the reflectivity, so you can get a picture of what's going on all across East Alabama and West Georgia. No issues for Central Hatchie or Ephesus right now. Storm is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. No, Woodland does not need to start preparing at the moment. Just be aware and stay weather aware throughout the rest of the evening. This storm is moving in the general direction of East Alabama, but folks, we don't know what the strength of the storm will be by the time it gets into your area. So we're going to have to kind of do this thing live as we go along. Same thing for Lynette. I'm looking. And I apologize to my radio listeners. I'm trying to answer some questions right quick in the chat room on our social side of things. Yeah, Ephesus, no issues up there in no issues in Carroll or Heard at the moment. We'll see what this storm down here in southern Talladega and northern Coosa does over the next hour or so. Yeah, Ashland, Alabama. Pay attention to what's going on. It's too early to say whether this is going to stay south of you or not. I mean, if it were to take the exact path that the polygons got up right now, I would expect the tornado portion of this storm, assuming it holds together, I'm assuming that it would stay south of Ashland. It would be more of a southern Clay County threat. But again, we're talking about forward motion of 35 miles per hour, and it's still several miles away. So anything is possible here. And we actually have a second line that's forming now, too, that we're going to have to keep an eye on, back behind this first one. And we're talking about southern Talladega, northern Coosa, back in southern Shelby and northern Chilton. We have another line, another thunderstorm building behind the first one that we're going to have to keep an eye on too, and it's going to take the exact same track as the first one. Well, I'm getting a lot of questions about how bad this is going to be once it gets into Clay and Randolph. And folks, I can't tell you that. I can tell you that the opportunity is there for this to be a very serious situation. So if you're in Clay, Randolph, northern Coosa, northern Tallapoosa, northern Chambers, you don't need to go to bed just yet. You do need to be weather aware, and we need to all watch this together as it moves to the east. Have no way of knowing whether this is going to be as strong as it is right now by the time it gets on over into Randolph and Clay and Chambers and Tallapoosa. At this point, I would expect that it certainly could be as strong when it gets there. Because overall, we have not seen a weakening of this storm cell in the last 2 hours. It has cycled several times in that it has lost its tornado signature, and then it will ramp back up, and then it'll go 20 or 30 minutes, and then it'll ramp back down, and then it comes back again. So it has cycled multiple times since we went live about 2 hours ago. Overall, though, the structure still looks good, and it has not weakened much at all. So indications are that this thing may very well stay together as it moves on over into Clay County, potentially southern Randolph, and the northern parts of Chambers, Tallapoosa, and Coosa. All right, so the National Weather Service in Birmingham is continuing the tornado warning for Coosa and Talladega until 11 p.m. At 10:34 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Strickland Crossroads or near Talladega Springs, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So the tornado is near Talladega Springs. I'm gonna call it just east of Talladega Springs now, right along the Coosa County, Talladega County line. So the next community of great concern is going to be Stewartville, right there along Highway 231. Even down here around Weguffka, I'd pay attention to what's going on, but I think the actual tornadic part of this storm is probably going to be crossing 231 between Sylacauga and Stewartville. So if you're there, You're between Stewartville and Sylacauga, Stewartville being in extreme northern Coosa County, right there along 231. Sylacauga being up here in extreme southern, southeastern Talladega County. If you're between those 2 points, then you need to go to your safe place because this tornado is moving in your general direction. Again, folks, please understand that if I am not calling the name of your town, you have absolutely nothing to be concerned about. We've got a tornado emergency underway here in southern Talladega and northern Coosa, and so we're paying all of our attention to this area right now. This is the only warned storm in our coverage area. I can guarantee you that if we get something in one of the other areas around the Dr. Don coverage area, I will certainly start talking about it. I won't stay on just this one storm. At the moment, this is the only storm of concern. And briefly, I'll zoom out just to show you what I'm talking about. We do have a severe thunderstorm up here along I-20 from the Alabama state line all the way back to the North Atlanta Metro. That's out of our coverage area. It's north of Carroll County. That's where our coverage area stops. And so you do have some rain in Randolph. You do have some rain back up here around Anniston. That's not severe. And so the only area of concern at the moment is this tornado-producing thunderstorm down here in northern Coosa and southern Talladega County. Moving to the east at around 35 miles per hour. Relatively slow-moving storm to be producing a tornado. So here are some estimated times. Don't pay attention to anything beyond that polygon, though. We're looking at Stewartville in about 10 minutes or so, but don't wait. If you're in Stewartville, you need to be in your safe place now. That would be on the lowest floor of your home, a basement preferably if you have one. If not, go to an interior room on the lowest floor, a closet, a bathroom, a bathtub. Carry anything you can get your hands on to cover yourself, cover your body with things such as cushions off of a couch, pillows, blankets, a mattress off of a futon or a baby bed. Be sure that if you have a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, a motorcycle helmet, any type of covering to put over your head, you want to do that. Make sure that you have on hard-soled shoes. If you have something that can produce loud noise, such as a whistle, condensed air can, horn, carry all that with you into your safe place. And you can go there now. If you're in Stewartville, you need to go there now. Sylacauga, I think you're going to escape the actual rotation, but you got some significant hail that's probably going to make it up there into the southern parts of Sylacauga. So weather's getting rough in Sylacauga now, but the tornadic part of this is probably going to stay a little bit south. It's going to probably cross 231 there near Stewartville. Hollins, you have until 10:58. Mount Olive, 10:59. Midway in Clay County, 11:03 would be the guesstimated arrival time there. Goodwater around 11:08, Pinckneyville around 11:17, Hackneyville 11:20 if the storm holds together, and Bluff Springs around 11:31. We have a flash flood warning, I believe that's going to be. It's just been issued. National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a flash flood warning for east central Bibb County and central Alabama, north central Chilton County and east central Alabama, southern Shelby County and central Alabama, northwestern Coosa County, and southwestern Talladega County until 12:45 a.m. At 10:39 p.m., Doppler radar indicating a thunderstorm producing torrential rainfall across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Again, that is a flash flood warning now in effect for central Bibb, northern Chilton, southern Shelby, northwestern Coosa, and southwestern Talladega County in east central Alabama. And a tornado warning continues. Remains in effect until 11 p.m. for southwestern Talladega and northwestern Coosa County. As we have a tornado-producing thunderstorm moving across the area. So I'm just looking at some of the comments coming from the National Weather Service. They're telling us that the tornado signature has become somewhat sloppy. They are continuing the tornado warning for Coosa and Talladega until 11 p.m. They're stating that the signature is certainly hard to find. The leading edge of the line does still have an inflow notch, so they're holding on to the warning. But they are telling us they are not planning on extending it at this time. Now they have just canceled the tornado warning for Coosa and Talladega. Good news, folks. We just lost that tornado warning. Still, though, if I'm in Stewartville, let the leading edge of this storm kind of pass over before you get out of your safe place. Just horrific rain up here in Sylacauga, stretching all the way back down to around Weguffka. Talladega Springs, just copious amounts of rain falling in that area. So the National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for this area. All right, so there we go. Good news. We just lost that tornado warning. So as it stands right now, we have no warnings in the state of Alabama other than this flash flood warning from Sylacauga back to around Brent. And then over here in Georgia, we have severe thunderstorm warning stretching out I-20 from the Alabama state line all the way back up toward Roswell. And then up here to just south of Gainesville. I'm going to switch to Atlanta right quick because I can hear through my microphone torrential rainfall at my house. So let me see what the weather looks like where I'm at. Where'd I go? Oh, here we are. All right, so torrential rainfall from Tallulah Falls back down to Clarksville. That's over in Habersham County. From just south of Helen down to just south of Cleveland in White County. I'm right here. So I'm right in the height of the heavy rainfall because this is moving off to the east. So this should, we're under a special weather statement for gusty winds and heavy rains here at my location. But the severe weather really doesn't start until we get down here below Dawsonville, just to the east of Gainesville, down here in Forsyth County near Cumming, Georgia. Then it stretches pretty much down Highway 400. That's a nasty ride right now, back down to Alpharetta. And then down here to North Metro near Sandy Springs, heavy rainfall, then back out I-20. Douglasville, you hadn't got it on the action just yet, but it's coming your way. And that stretches all the way back to Bremen and then almost all the way to Anniston. But this stuff in Alabama is not severe. And so we now have a special weather statement to replace the tornado warning. And this will cover southern Talladega, northern Coosa, southwestern Clay, and northwestern Tallapoosa County. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of south-central Talladega, northwestern Tallapoosa, northeastern Coosa, and southwestern Clay counties through 11:30 p.m. At 10:43 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Stewartville, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Folks, understand that this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. It has cycled multiple times this evening, and so we're going to have to watch this real close over the next 30 minutes or so to see if it ramps back up again. And it certainly could. So what I'm going to do very quickly is take advantage of the fact we have no warnings in place to take a quick break. I was about to do that a few moments ago when it cycled back up, and I promised you if I don't go now, we're going to have trouble. So I'm going to leave the radar shot up. I'm going to put it in motion so you can get a better idea of the direction the storms are moving. And I'll be right back with you in just a few moments as our severe weather coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. Okie dokie, folks. I'm back with you, and we continue to watch this line of showers and thunderstorms move across central Alabama. Now about to move into East Alabama, and we're primarily focused on this area there around Stewartville, just to the east of Stewartville. We have a special weather statement that's in effect for this area. This complex has had a history of producing tornadoes over the last couple of hours. I'm going to switch back to Birmingham so we can get a better look at it. And I'll read you the latest from the National Weather Service. Let me reset for those of you that have just joined us, and if the radio station's back with us, that's good as well. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. By the way, if you would like to support us, there's the link. I just posted it on our social media. For those of you in the chat room, all you have to do is click on drdonwx.com. That's our website. Upper right-hand corner, you see a button that says Donate. We appreciate any support you can give us. That helps us out here tremendously because this is all it's expensive. Trust me, it is. So help us out if you can. We certainly would appreciate that. And we'll continue to bring this to you. So our social media guru and website designer, JB, is in the house. He just joined us, so nice to have you with us, Jonathan. So it is 10:55 p.m. Central, and we continue to watch this area of weather move through East Alabama and West Georgia. Two areas that we're looking at right now. That's this thunderstorm down here that's moving into extreme southwest Clay County that has prompted a special weather statement from the National Weather Service. Again, this thunderstorm has had a history of producing tornadoes over the last couple of hours. All started back over here in just south of Tuscaloosa a couple of hours ago, about 2.5 hours ago now. And then this storm has held together very well as it's moved its way into East Alabama. I'll tell you that it does not look structurally as sound as it did at one time. But we're watching this just in case it decides to recycle back into a tornado-producing storm. So you folks down here in southern Clay County, probably eventually over here in Randolph County, you're probably going to have to deal with this. You need to hang in here with us for the next hour or so as we watch this storm system move to the east. The other area we're watching is up here in Georgia. Now, it's out of our coverage area, but I know a lot of folks from East Alabama travel I-20. Hopefully, you're not going to Atlanta tonight because we got some tremendous lightning here up on the mountain, too, by the way. Hopefully, you're not traveling I-20 tonight because that's a complete washout, especially from Bremen all the way back up to around Villa Rica, Douglasville, and that stretches all the way back up into Sandy Springs, I-75 up there around Kennesaw. From Sandy Springs, that's all just a washout. Back over toward Highway 400, and then up here in my neck of the woods, it is coming a good one outside right now. So you got some light showers over northern Randolph, back over northern Heard County, back up into Carroll, southern Carroll County, but those are not severe at all. And we're watching this area back over here moving into southwest Clay County right now. But again, that's not severe at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on that for you. I'm going to answer some questions in the chat room here in just a few moments. Just checking a few things here. And all right. All right, so getting questions pertaining to, is this storm going to stay together? What can we expect when it gets on further into East Alabama? Let's see here if we have any other questions before I answer that. And are there more storms coming in behind this line? The answer to that, and that's an easy one, I think. Zoom out. We do have some storms trying to organize over here in extreme West Alabama, west of Tuscaloosa, but they're not severe. We haven't seen anything severe out of these storms. They're strong. We have a special weather statement in effect over there, but there's nothing severe involved in it. So, this could be an on and off thing pretty much for the remainder of the night. I don't know that we're going to see many more tornadic cells. That's the thing. But by daybreak, we're completely done with all of this for this round. We will have more showers and thunderstorms on Thursday, probably some scattered showers and thunderstorms on Friday. And then on Saturday, we have another storm system coming through that could produce another round of severe weather. I will note that as of noon today, the Storm Prediction Center had a day 4 outlook showing a slight risk of severe weather across Alabama and Georgia on Saturday. It is unusual for them to do a 4-day slight risk outlook. Typically, you don't see that until about 24 hours before the event, and they're already putting it out there for Saturday. So that's a little concerning. We may have to deal with this again either late New Year's Eve or during the day on New Year's Day. Let's just hope that it's not any time between 3 o'clock Friday afternoon and about 8 o'clock Friday night, because we've got 2 huge football games we need to play Friday afternoon, and we don't need severe weather in the middle of all of that. We'll just kind of have to fine-tune things as we go get a little bit closer to the event. Let's see if there's any more questions up here. Bremen, you're fine. You've just got some showers to the north of you. We're watching this cell back over in Alabama that will move in your general direction over the next couple of hours. But the good news is we're beginning to see some signs that all of this is weakening, as it should be, because the main energy is pulling up across Tennessee and Kentucky. It's moving away from this line of storms. This is the trailing cold front it's in the process of becoming detached from the low pressure center that's racing up through Tennessee and Kentucky. So as that low pressure gets further and further away from Alabama and Georgia, these storms will continue to stabilize as we go throughout the remainder of the night. Certainly could still hear some rumbles of thunder and could see some flashes of lightning and could have some gusty winds. But the severe level of these storms should continue to weaken as we go throughout the night. And here's another good sign. We had severe thunderstorm warnings for this entire line over in Georgia that's about to move into Atlanta Metro. They have let those warnings expire, and they are now just sending out a special weather statement all along that line. So that's a good indication that that line of storms is weakening, and this stuff back here in Alabama is weakening as well. Not to say that it can't cycle back up. It certainly can. That's why we're going to have to keep an eye on this as we go over the next couple of hours or so, and that's what we're going to do here on Dr. Don's Weather. And I see your comments, folks, and trust me, I do go back after we finish these live broadcasts. I do go back and read every last comment. So, and I apologize if I can't answer every last one of them. I'm just scanning through there now to see if there's any questions or any information I need to talk about. It's just that once we get into live mode and we actually have storms in the area, it's kind of hard to keep up with every comment that's made while we're live. I do go back and read them later. So I appreciate all the nice words you guys are saying. We go long periods of no severe weather, and that's good. I don't want there to be severe weather. Nobody does. But sometimes you start to wonder whether you're relevant anymore. And so it's always good to see your comments and your kind words. It gives us a little renewed energy here at Dr. Don's Weather. Question, is the main storm going to stay below Ashland? It would certainly look that way. We'll go in a little bit closer here. The core of the storm, the main energy, the heaviest part of this thunderstorm right now is going to be just to the southwest of Millerville. They're just along and south of Highway 148. That's where we're showing maybe some small hail and certainly some very heavy rainfall down through there. That stretches all the way back to Sylacauga. So if that continues moving due east, it looks like it's going to, then the absolute heaviest part of it would probably stay a little bit south of Ashland. But you're going to get some rain in Ashland. You're going to get some gusty winds. I mean, the part of the storm that moved through my particular area up here in North Georgia was not at the severe limits. It was below severe limits, but I got to tell you, it's pretty strong when it came through. We had a lot of lightning and probably sustained 30 to 35 mile per hour winds there for a while, and a lot of lightning. So you're going to get some weather up here in Ashland, but I think the absolute heaviest part of it will probably stay a little bit south of Ashland, down there around Millerville. Put it in motion so you can kind of get an idea of the direction that it's moving. Yeah, there's no question you're going to get some heavy rain in Ashland, but this area down here that's got the purples and pinks is going to rotate very close to Millerville. Question about Woodland. Nothing in Randolph County at the moment other than just some scattered showers. I think this area that we're watching down here in southern Clay County is probably gonna move very close to Millerville. And we're talking about the heaviest part of it now. Heaviest part of it will move near Millerville, then up over here near Gibsonville, maybe enter Randolph County between Flat Rock Park and Wadley, and then very close to Wedowee, very close to Woodland, the heaviest part of it. But now, I mean, it could continue to weaken, so that heaviest part may not even be there by the time it gets over here into Randolph County. Let's hope that it isn't. For about 2.5 hours, this thing was going through a pretty rigorous cycling process. We know that we've had a tornado touchdown at least twice, maybe 3 times out of this storm. We have damage back over in Chilton County. probably have some damage in southern Talladega and northern Coosa as well, if I had to guess. But we lost the tornado warning about 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, and we have not seen an uptick since then. So it's beginning to look like, to me, that we are in a weakening mode here. But we still need to watch this for a few more minutes to be certain about that. But as things stand right now, worst case scenario for southern and central Clay and for Randolph would be some gusty winds, heavy rain, dangerous lightning. Even the lightning output has calmed down tremendously over the last 30 minutes. I mean, that frame you're looking at right there, we're looking at 7 strikes in the last 2.5, 3 minutes. About an hour ago, we were looking at 244 strikes out of this same storm. So in comparison, you can see what I'm talking about. This storm is nowhere near as strong as it once was, only about an hour ago. We have a small cell popping up down here just southeast of our town over there on Lake Martin, and just to the southwest of Dadeville. That's not severe, but very small, heavy shower down there. And then some light showers down around Wetumpka and back over toward Reeltown. I saw a question earlier about Pennon. You got some light showers just north of you there. The southern end of this line of storms certainly could end up making it into Alexander City and eventually over here toward Pennon. But again, we don't know how strong it's going to be by the time it gets over there. And then looking back out to the west, we are beginning to see a couple of other lines of storms trying to form. One stretching from downtown Birmingham back down through Vance, which is just east of Tuscaloosa. It's out there where the Mercedes-Benz plant is located. And then we have another line now just north of Tuscaloosa, stretching back down to Aliceville, and just almost over to the Mississippi state line. Again, these are not severe storms, so we are beginning to see an increase in lightning output with these storms. So we'll have to see what they do over the next several hours, too. But this stuff back over here, west of Birmingham, is probably a 3 or 4 a.m. arrival in East Alabama. So we got a long ways to go before they make it over here. I did want to show you the tornado watch area again. I'm going to zoom out and show you this is a pretty big tornado watch, literally from just south of Asheville, North Carolina, down to Greenville, South Carolina, all the way down to Macon, Georgia, and then back over to Bibb County in Alabama, up to about Birmingham, and then back up to just south of Rome. So a lot of counties in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and East Alabama still covered under a tornado watch. Now, this watch goes until 4 a.m. And I don't think that the Weather Service will leave this watch in place until 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. I think they will cancel it early. All right, so I'm going to look over here in the chat room and see if there's anything new from the Weather Service, see what they're talking about. An aerial flood watch has been issued for Autauga, Bibb, Blount, Calhoun, Chambers, Cherokee, Chilton, Clay, Cleburne, Coosa, Elmore, Etowah, Green Hill, Jefferson, Perry, Pickens, Randolph, Shelby, St. Clair, Sumter, Talladega, Tallapoosa, Tuscaloosa County until 12 noon tomorrow. That is an aerial flood watch. In effect, pretty much all of East Alabama and a good chunk of Central Alabama. All right, so they're just talking about the western Alabama counties should be okay, though they're keeping an eye on those storms over toward the Mississippi state line. Okay, there's not really talking about a whole lot there. On the Birmingham side. All right, so you folks in Clay and over here in Randolph County, just so you'll know what's coming your way. A lot of heavy rain. Ain't no question about that. It is going to be windy. It's going to be rainy. There's some thunder and lightning out there. Just a good old southern thunderstorm at the moment. It is below severe limits. I think I'm just going to pick out some locations over here. Probably the heaviest of this, which again is below severe limits. I think you'll see it along Highway 130 over in Clay County, back up Highway 9 up to around Lineville. From those points south, Millerville, you got it going on right now. You're getting hammered with very heavy rainfall. And I think the rainfall piece of this will probably stay together as it moves on over into East Alabama. Roanoke, I think you're certainly going to see some of this back up toward Roxton, Wedowee, Broughton Ridge. Most certainly we'll see some heavy rainfall here in the next, it's probably going to take about 45 minutes, maybe an hour before this stuff makes it over into Randolph County. But Broughton Ridge, you're going to get some heavy rain out of this, back over toward Malone, back up to Flat Rock. Certainly along and south of Highway 48 from Wedowee to Lineville. Woodland, you're going to get some rain out of this. I don't know that the leading edge of the heavier weather makes it that far north. We'll have to watch and see. The green swirl in Douglas County, that's a mesocycle. That's a mesodetection. Basically what that means is you have low-level rotation in that thunderstorm. Understand that all thunderstorms rotate, or they wouldn't, by classic definition, be a thunderstorm. So that's just telling us that we have some low-level rotation there. It's probably pretty windy right there along I-20 near Douglasville. That in itself is not an indication of any type of tornadic activity. It can be one of the indications, but there are multiple things you look at to determine if you have a tornado or not. And right now, there's nothing else there other than that meso. And again, that's pretty common with some stronger thunderstorms, and that one is. And then the little triangles, that's hail indication. Just like north of Mableton there, we have an 80% chance of hail, a 10% chance that it is severe hail, and the largest size hail we would expect in that storm would be about a ½ inch. A little weather 101 for you. We'll come back down here to this southern Clay County storm. The problem we've got here is this thing's moving so slow. We could have some flash flooding issues here. Now, the flash flood warning has not been extended further to the east, but we do have a aerial flash flood watch for this entire area. So a flash flood warning could be issued at any time for this line of storms. Maybe a little hail there in extreme southwest Clay County also. And we can we'll go back up here to this storm along I-20, and now that round circle has turned orange, and that's because the strength of that circulation has increased a little bit to 38 knots at low-level rotation. Again, in itself and by itself, that's not an indication of a tornado, but that is an indication that we're beginning to get a little more rotation in this storm. The storm's just getting stronger is what it means, basically. Okay, folks, I'm going to War Eagle. I'm going to step aside again for just a second. Hang on a second. Okay. How about them Cougars? Don't even. Y'all do not want to get me started on my experience in Birmingham Tuesday at that ball game. You don't want me to. All right, I'm going to step aside for just a second, folks. I've got a couple of things I need to look at right quick, and I'm going to go ahead and do that because the lightning output on this storm near Ashland has increased a little bit over the last volume scan, and that's an indication that this storm may be cycling again. So if you're in Clay County, Randolph County, northern Tallapoosa, or northern Chambers, don't go anywhere. We'll continue this live coverage in just a few moments on Dr. Dom's Weather. East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. It is 11:29 p.m. on December 29, 2021. We continue with severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia on Dr. Don's Weather. We welcome those of you who are watching us all across East Alabama and West Georgia, and some of you not even in the area are watching us here tonight. And I see several of you commenting about being afraid. And let me just take a second to tell you that there's nothing to be afraid of here. We do have some severe weather in the area, but actually these storms are strong, but they're below severe limits. Really, right now, we have nothing much more than a strong summertime afternoon thunderstorm that's moving through central and south central Clay, extreme northwest Coosa, and extreme northwest Tallapoosa County. It'll continue moving to the east. It'll eventually will make it into Randolph County. But there's nothing to be afraid of out there. 99% of being safe during severe weather is being informed and being weather aware of what's happening around you. And if you're watching us or listening to us on radio this evening, then you're doing exactly what you should be doing. We're going to warn you if these storms start to go severe and start to cause a problem in your area. We're going to tell you about it. And to be successful in surviving severe weather, 99% of being successful is just being aware. So you're doing everything you need to be doing if you're watching us this evening or listening to us to be safe. And we're going to continue to watch this for you as it continues to move to the east. As long as there is a threat of severe weather, I'll be here with you, bringing you the severe weather coverage that you deserve across East Alabama and West Georgia. And here's another good piece of information. The Weather Service has let the special weather statement that was in effect for southern Clay expire. So even though we're beginning to see a little more lightning output with this storm, we're still below severe limits, and the Weather Service is not warning on this storm at all anymore. So those are all good indications that the severe threat is beginning to weaken somewhat for East Alabama and eventually for West Georgia. But if you're in Ashland, Alabama, you're not believing it because you got a lot of thunder and lightning taking place. That stretches from just west of Wedowee all the way back down to Mellow Valley and then down to around Goodwater. We have that line of storms continuing to advance off to the east. And we look back to the west, we have more storms now over Childersburg. And then back further west from really about Leeds, Alabama, up there maybe around Raglan, down to around Leeds, just east of Leeds, through East Birmingham. And that line extends all the way down to around the Mercedes plant down there on 2059. And then another line of storms from, just west of Birmingham, down to around Tuscaloosa, and then down to around Union, Alabama. The strongest storm over there is just to the southwest of Tuscaloosa, about to move over I-20, I-59. And we do have a special weather statement for that area over there. But that's what we're looking at right now. We have a tornado watch that's in effect. It officially goes to 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. I don't think the National Weather Service will allow it to stay up that long, because I think the biggest threat we have is this line of storms in central and southern Clay, stretching back down into northwestern Tallapoosa and northern Coosa. I think that's where the severe weather threat is at this hour, but it is waning as we speak, and we're below severe limits here. So I think once we get this line of storms to weaken just a little bit more, I think we'll start to see this tornado watch canceled behind this line of storms. We'll wait and see. They may leave it in place just because we have these other thunderstorms back here. But in the last hour, I have not seen any of these storms begin to cycle back up in intensity. Even though the lightning output is increasing with this storm in Clay County, overall, we haven't seen an uptick in the strength of these storms over the last hour or so. So those are all good signs. Mellow Valley, you should be getting a good one about right now. Lots of lightning. And you folks over here in Randolph County, that's coming at you now from Lake Wedowee south back down to around Corinth, Malone, Wadley, down there at Southern Union. You're going to have a lot of thunder and lightning. If you're looking back to the west, especially to the northwest, you see the sky is lit up. If you're in Randolph County looking back toward Clay County, you're seeing a lot of lightning over there. And that's going to slide to the east on into Randolph County. So Broughton Ridge, get ready. County Road 26, this line of storms is coming directly at you. Roanoke, you're probably going to get it as well. But again, and hey, look, hey, is the doctor in the house or what? They just canceled the tornado watch for several counties behind this line of storms. As we were talking about it, they canceled it. So what I just told you is exactly what the National Weather Service is thinking. Their main concern is this line of storms that's moving through Clay, Tallapoosa, and northern Coosa County. And as soon as that line gets out of your county, you're going to be removed from the tornado watch. So not going to go to 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So even though you may still get a thunder shower or thunderstorm during the overnight hours, the threat of severe weather will pass you as soon as this line moves through your area. So this is the main show right now. This is what we bought tickets to see. So this is what we're going to watch until this thing dies down enough to lose this tornado watch or it gets well over into Georgia. Still getting rumbles of thunder up here on the mountain in northeast Georgia. Lots of questions. I'll just address this while we're sitting here watching this together. Lots of questions about the remainder of the week as far as the weather's concerned, and what's happening as we go into the weekend, and then what happens next week. This is a rather complex weather setup we have across East Alabama, and so we are going to have multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms. The line that's coming through tonight is just going to kind of get left behind by the low pressure center that's going to race across Tennessee, and it's in the process of doing that now, and then on up into Kentucky. And so this piece of energy that once was associated with that low is going to kind of be left behind, and it's going to stall out across Alabama and Georgia and kind of wash out in place. And then it's going to back up a little bit tomorrow, and then we're going to have another piece of energy come in from the west that will increase our rain chances at times tomorrow. I think we'll see a lull in the action tomorrow night, and then we'll have another round on Friday, and then the main cold front will start racing to the east from the west, probably sometime during the day Saturday. And so we could be looking at another significant severe weather threat on Saturday. And see, Rita's going to throw that question out there. And so, and then the question is what happens Sunday night into Monday? And so there have been a handful of mid-range models over the last 48 hours or so that have been suggesting that the cold air may rush in before the moisture is gone, which may set up a snow event at the tail end of this cold front when it comes through Sunday afternoon into Sunday night, maybe Monday morning. Here's the problem with that. This time of year, you know, there are hundreds of weather models that forecasters use. This time of year, you can find 3 or 4 models that far in advance that's going to show that possibility that there could be some snow on the back end of an approaching cold front. 95% of the time, though, the moisture gets out of here before the cold air can get in place. So we end up with a bust forecast and we don't have snow. If I was going to wage a bet tonight, I would tell you that I think that's exactly what will happen Sunday night. The moisture will be long gone before the atmosphere gets cold enough to produce snow. Now, understand, you got to have sub-zero temperatures or sub-freezing temperatures. You got to have dew points just right. There's several different factors that have to line up just right to get snow, not just at the surface, but in the upper levels of the atmosphere as well. And I just don't think we're going to see that Sunday night. And even if it were to pan out, we would not amount to anything at all. A flurry here and there certainly would be a possibility. As the cold air rushes in, it could squeeze out a little leftover moisture, and we could see a few flurries here and there. That certainly is possible, but not by definition, a snow event. To get a snow event in the south, we have to have a low-pressure system blow up in the Gulf of Mexico, and then we have to get that moisture to come up out of the Gulf of Mexico and run over cold air that's already in place. That is what we have to have here in the south to get a decent snow event. And that is not the setup we're going to have on Sunday night into Monday. We're going to have an exiting cold front with showers and thunderstorms and cold air rushing in behind it, which again could squeeze out a few flurries, but it's not going to be measurable snow. I mean, places like Mount Cheaha, the highest of the high elevations of northeast Alabama, is a dusting completely out of the question? No, it's not. But not a significant snow event. It just won't happen with this setup. Now, I hope that I'm not sitting here with you Sunday night or Monday morning eating crow. But I will if I have to. That's my opinion. I just don't see this. I see this as much more of a severe weather event, a serious severe weather event Saturday, than a snow event Sunday night into Monday morning. So if you're just joining us, again, it is 11:42 p.m. Central on December 29th, 2021. Dr. Don with you. Severe weather coverage continuing on Dr. Don's Weather. We welcome those of you all across East Alabama and West Georgia. And for those of you listening to us on radio via WJOH 89.7 The Classic and God's Country 90.9 WFAZ out of Ashland, Alabama. We appreciate our FM partners joining us this evening for this coverage of potential severe weather. We have a tornado watch in effect officially till 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, though it's not going to last that long. I can tell you that probably within the hour, Clay County will be released from the tornado watch, and you guys can go to bed. And then within probably an hour and 15 to an hour and 20 minutes, Randolph will be released from the watch as well. Chambers may take a little bit longer. I would expect Tallapoosa to be able to come out from under the watch in about an hour, hour and a half. Coosa probably sooner. We'll kind of see how this works out. You folks over here in West Georgia may take another couple of hours to get this thing completely through. Though Carroll County, you're pretty much already in the clear. And I think that probably the northern half of Heard is pretty safe right now as well. But Central Hurd, South Hurd, Troup County, you got to deal with this line before we can put you to bed tonight. We're looking at some pretty significant lightning with this storm. And overall, we do have a new special weather statement that just popped up because I told you we have an increase of lightning there. So this is showing a little bit of increase in intensity and a pretty good hail shaft right there along the Randolph County, Clay County line. All right, so let me read the special weather statement to you. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of Randolph and southeastern Clay counties through 12:15 a.m. At 11:41 p.m., Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Malone or near Lake Wedowee, moving east at 45 miles per hour. The hazard with this is straight line winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Remember, gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecure objects. The locations in the path of this storm include Roanoke, Wedowee, Wadley, Malone, Crystal Lake, Dickard, Crackford, R.L. Harris Dam, Napoleon, Tennant, Rock Mills, Big Springs, Motley, Roanoke Municipal Airport, and Roxton, as well as Broughton Ridge. So if you're in any of these areas I just mentioned, this line of storms is coming at you, and it has increased in intensity some, but it's still below severe limits. I want to make sure that I'm very clear about that. This is a special weather statement. This is not a severe weather warning. But look at this stuff back here just to the west of Malone. We've got some incredible rainfall right there, and we probably have some hail. There's an 80% chance of hail in this storm, and the probability of it being severe is 50%. And the maximum sized hail one would expect in this storm would be 1 inch in diameter. And so that's with this volume scan, we've now got that hail core in Randolph County, just to the west of Malone. Let me give you some road markers here. County Road 5. County Road 878. County Road 5 is a good indication of where we think the hail is right now. Now, if you're up here on Dam Road, which is just south of Lake Wedowee, heads up, this hail core is coming in your general direction. Malone, you're probably going to get some hail out of this. County Road 888. Eventually, County Road 15, where County Road 15 runs down to Malone. Anywhere along County Road 15 stands a pretty good chance of seeing some hail out of this storm. I think the hail core stays north of Wadley. Now, Wadley, what we've got to look at for you is going to be this stuff back over around Cooley Crossroads in Clay County, and then down around the mountain community. If you're down there at the mountain community in Clay County, you've got some possibly some hail moving into your community right now as well. And so that is what's going to be affecting Southern Union and Wadley. This heavier hail core up here is probably going to stay north of County Road 26, Broughton Ridge, but you got some very heavy rain and some gusty winds that'll move directly over you in just a bit, coming directly at you. And then eventually this stuff over here, the hail that's near Malone, will probably end up crossing 431 north of Cornhouse Creek, and maybe a little bit south of Midway or a little bit south of Wedowee. We'll have to see how that continues to progress to the east. But again, we are below severe limits, but this is a very strong thunderstorm as it continues to move off out of Clay County into Randolph County. Foster's Crossroads, the heaviest of this is probably going to stay south of you. Question about Franklin. Do I think that they should stay put or should they leave? Again, we're below severe limits. I mean, I don't. This is not going to be a day that you'd want to go hang out in the park, by no means. But we don't have anything tornadic going on right now. Let me put it to you that way. Sarah's correct. There is no tornado warning right now. This storm may be in the process of cycling again, but if it is, it's not cycling nearly as fast as it did earlier today or this evening. So it's still an indication to me that this storm is just not as strong as it was earlier when it was producing the tornadoes. And with each volume scan, we actually are beginning to see more and more lightning strikes. I mean, we're talking 112 lightning strikes now in the last couple of 2 or 3 minutes, and that would be from the mountain community down here in southeast Clay County, back up to around Wedowee. Just in that distance, we're looking at around 100 and a little over 100 lightning strikes in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, Michelle, don't be terrified. If you are under this special weather statement that you see here, if you're in Wedowee or Roanoke or Wadley or southeast Clay County, I wouldn't go to bed just yet. Another 15, 20, or 30 minutes, and this will be out of here. But there's no reason to be scared to death. We do not have a tornado at this time. We're under a special weather statement, which is the least of them all. This is below a severe thunderstorm warning. So nothing to be scared about. A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. I mean, it looks horrible outside. And in a few spots it is. I mean, wind's blowing. You maybe have some hail falling down. Wind gusting is as high as 40 miles per hour, but we have no tornadoes out there right now. We are under a watch, but as soon as this complex you see right here southwest of Wedowee gets out of Randolph County, they're going to cancel the tornado watch for Randolph County. Clay County will come out from under this tornado watch in the next 15 or 20 minutes. I'll almost guarantee it. We've got to get this stuff down here around Mellow Valley and mountain community into Randolph, and then Clay is going to be completely in the clear. That's correct, Julie Lane. Watch means that weather is favorable. Warning is when they have actually spotted a tornado or they have a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. Miss Longshore says she can hear thunder, and she's on Country Club Road out there on the southwest side of Roanoke. Yeah, you're hearing thunder from that complex up there around Almond Malone. That's a lot of lightning. I mean, the biggest danger we have right now is going to be the lightning. I mean, that's can cause problems, power outages, and that sort of stuff. But no tornadoes right now. We're watching this together, and we'll let you know immediately if that changes. And, 99% of the time, you can survive severe weather by being aware. And you're listening to us tonight or watching us tonight. So you're doing all you can do to be prepared. Just know where your safe place is in your home or place of business. And I mean, we have the latest technology. We have the same technology Atlanta and Birmingham Television has to offer. If the national, I'm sitting here looking at what the National Weather Service is doing. I mean, we have a chat room set up with them. Well, all media does. And the second they, I mean, even before they issue something, they give us a heads up and tell us they're thinking about doing something. And so, I mean, we'll know it. We will give you the warning as fast as you can possibly get it from any source. And we will. So just stay with us until we get this out of your area. Then you'll be safe to go to bed. Erica, we can give you the warning the second it's issued by the National Weather Service. I mean, it's just that fast. The second they mash the button, we get it right here on the Weather Center. And we'll pass that along to you. And in most cases, you're going to get a 10 to 15 minute lead on a tornado warning. That's not a lot of time, especially if you're in a mobile home. That's why you will often hear me say that you need to have a plan B if you live in a mobile home, so that when you hear that there's a possibility of severe weather, you can go to that plan B well in advance. Trying to evacuate a mobile home once a warning has been issued is not a good idea unless your evacuation point is like right next door or right across the road. You need to have a plan to go to that safe place well in advance of an advancing storm. I think that question is, do I think that this watch will turn into a thunderstorm warning? I mean, it's possible. We are seeing an increase in intensity. We've seen an uptick in the lightning output in the last 15 or 20 minutes. I mean, we've gone from like 7 or 8 strikes to 115 in the last 15 minutes. So it is certainly increasing in intensity. But we don't see anything structural-wise that would indicate that we have any type of rotation going on here. We have no indications from the computers that we have any rotation. Let me go look at the velocity. See, yeah, we're not showing. And let me switch to Atlanta. Look at it from the front side of the storm instead of the back side. And yeah, I see no indication of any rotation in this storm. We have no red in there whatsoever. There's probably some wind right here. Let me probe it right quick. All right, we have 43 mile per hour incoming. And I don't have any negative pressure here. I'm not getting any outgoing wind. So this all looks straight line wind to me. And we're looking at probably 45 mile per hour straight line winds along this line. But understand that's up in the atmosphere. Where you see the heaviest rain or the darkest reds would indicate the heaviest rain. That's where you would expect the winds to be the highest at the ground, because that liquid will push that wind to the surface in those areas where you have very heavy rainfall. And the very heavy rainfall would be the areas where you see the most lightning output, because, well, rain is what causes friction, which is what causes lightning. So where you see the heaviest amounts of concentrated lightning would be the areas where you would expect to see the heaviest wind at the surface. If you have 45 mile per hour winds up in the atmosphere, then you would typically expect to see somewhere around 35, maybe 40 mile per hour gust in the areas where the heaviest rain is. But that's almost impossible to pinpoint exactly because, well, you just don't know exactly where the biggest raindrops are going to fall. I mean, we'll go back to the reflectivity, and it matches up well with the velocity. You see the heaviest liquid output is up there north of the Friendship community, where you have a 60 dBZs. See if we have anything any higher. I don't think so. I think 60 is going to do it, which that's high. That is significant. And that, again, that is the liquid output of the storm. That's probably hail. And then the darker reds is going to be rain. And so we're looking at 53 dBZs just out there in the rain core. So that's very heavy rainfall. We got a little bit of a bow going on right here, which is an indication of wind. So, yeah, this is going to be a strong thunderstorm as it moves across central and southern Randolph County. Roanoke, get ready. Crystal Lake, it is just, the leading edge of it is just west of you. Let me go down here. There's Broughton Ridge. So the heavy rain has just started in Broughton Ridge, and it's going to extend out 26 back toward the Friendship community. We've got heavy rain just moving into the Mount Olive community, Forester's Chapel. It's raining heavily out there at Southern Union, just north of Concord. Dickard, it hadn't got to you just yet. Highway 22 is about to be inundated with heavy rainfall from Wadley all the way to Roanoke. And maybe a little hail out there around Friendship community, and then a couple of spots of hail there around Cornhouse, back up to the north, just to the west of Highway 431 between Roxton and Midway. And then the heavy rain stretches from up there around Napoleon. Woodland's got some moderate rain up there on Highway 48. The heavy rain really, though, is from Napoleon down to Potash, down there across the ridge, and then stretches back across 431 around Needham's Hill, down to the Broughton Ridge community, and then back over to Friendship, Malone, just north of Wadley, and down to extreme southeast Clay County. Mountain community, weather conditions are improving. Goldville, they're getting a little bit better. Northwest Tallapoosa County, north of Alexander City. You know, Alexander City, you guys just hadn't seen much at all this evening. And there's nothing really of any significance encroaching in on you now. Now, having said that, let me go back to Birmingham. So we're looking at that from Atlanta. That's getting out there a pretty good ways. Yeah, I mean, southeast of Goodwater, back up towards Bluff Springs, down to about 280, and that's moving east. I think that stays north of Alexander City. New site, you're going to get in on the action. You got a little bit there now, but you got some more coming from the west. But the only storm out there right now that has the potential of producing severe weather is this one in Randolph County. And it is strong. I'm not trying to minimize it at all, but it is below severe limits at the moment. We're down to 44 strikes. Just a few moments ago, we had 112 with this thunderstorm. So we have lost about half of our lightning output just in the last two volume scans. So there you go. It is cycling, but it's just not, it didn't cycle, it didn't tick up to the strength that it did earlier when it caused the tornado warning and the tornado back across Chilton County. So it's still cycling. It will calm down, and then it'll tick back up, and then it'll calm down again. It's just not making it back up to tornado status. So that's all good news. That's good news for Randolph County. Looks like we may get out of this thing without having anything other than a very strong thunderstorm move through the area. But it's still too early. We can't call the dogs off just yet. We're going to watch this for you for another hour or so at least. This is more of a flash flood event than a river flood event because it's not widespread. I mean, you got to have a pretty widespread flooding event to start flooding rivers. You got to get water to cover the entire river basin to start getting flood flooding on rivers. This is more of a flash flood issue. This is where your streams and our tributaries go into flood immediately, almost, and localized street flooding in those flood-prone areas. And then 5 minutes after the rain stops, it goes away. So that's what we're looking at here tonight. This is going to be more. Now, if you go back over to, we have a flood warning that was issued earlier back over here from Sylacauga all the way back to Brent. Now, we had storms training over here. So there could be some flood problems in some of the rivers back in this area. Probably not, though, because it didn't last but a couple of 2 or 3 hours. But I wouldn't expect river flooding with what we see coming through Randolph and Clay right now. All right, so somebody just made a post that the radar is fuzzy. Let me tell you kind of what happens. If you're in an area where these storms are taking place, your internet speeds, your download speeds are probably crashing. And so when your speeds slow down, the resolution gets a little fuzzy as well on your phone and your iPads. Very little I can do about that. We're pumping, we're pumping all we can put as far as resolution. I mean, it's like 4K on this end. But by the time it goes throughout all of the techno stuff and makes it to your phone, especially during times of severe weather, it can get a little fuzzy from time to time. That's an indication that your download speeds are waning a little bit. A good idea, if you have a smart TV, is to go to YouTube and search for Dr. Don's weather page. And you can watch it on your big screen television. The resolution is much, much better on a big screen TV. And so the state of California is confirming that the radar looks good out there on the West Coast. Thank you, Carol Reed. I appreciate that report. From California. Getting pretty rough in Roxton. I'm sure it is. And it's moving right over the Roxton community, too. The heaviest part of it is. If you're in Roanoke, Highway 22 from the Learning Center all the way to Wadley, complete washout right now. Just north of Crystal Lake is where the heaviest part of this storm is, all the way up to Roxton. County Road 65, up there around 10 Shop, getting hit pretty hard. The heaviest part of the storm is east of 431, though it's still raining very heavily. There on 431. Broughton Ridge has got a couple of areas of hail falling right there in that particular area. But from about 10 Shop down to Crystal Lake, that's where the heaviest part of this storm is. And you'll notice this little bowing right here, just north of Roanoke. So that's where I would expect some of the heavier wind to be. From maybe out there around Walmart, back up to just south of High Shoals is where the heaviest wind would probably be, and that's going to continue moving off to the east. So get out there on County Road 87, going up the eastern half of Randolph County. Heads up for you. Rock Mills, I think the heaviest part of this, you're going to get some rain in Rock Mills, but I think the hail core part of this is going to stay north of Rock Mills as it moves off to the east. And once again, there's the big picture. You do see showers and thunderstorms back off to the west, but you'll notice the tornado watch has been canceled. From Clay County west is no longer under tornado watch. We could have, that's not to say we can't have a scattered severe storm or two. Certainly you can. But we're not anticipating any organized severe weather with this secondary line that's coming in behind the first one. Maybe some more thunder and lightning and windy conditions and heavy rain, but I wouldn't anticipate anything tornadic out of that secondary line. Just zooming back in so I can get latest lightning count here. Back up to 65 strikes in the last couple of 2-3 minutes. So now we have a significant weather advisory that's just been issued by the National Weather Service in Atlanta. Now, this is going to be for Heard County and extreme northeastern Troup County. Let me read this to you. Let me move it over so you can see the big picture. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of Heard, Heard and northern Troup County through 1:30 a.m. Eastern. At 1:06, a strong thunderstorm was near Roxton, Alabama, or 8 miles west of Waresville, moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard includes 40 to 55 mile per hour winds, pea-sized hail, and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Locations in the path of this storm include Franklin, Hogansville, Corinth, that's in Heard County, Waresville, Texas, Harrisonville, Glenn, and Powers Crossroads. So let me kind of see if we can draw a little path here for you on this storm so you can kind of get an idea of where it's going. 45 miles per hour. And 79.9. All right, so we're looking at something like so. That is the direction that the storm is moving. Let me zoom out just a little bit. So that's pretty much the direction this storm is moving. So these are approximate times. Don't take this to the bank, but we're looking at Franklin around 12:14. That would be Central Time, so around 1:14 Eastern. In Franklin, O'Neill's Crossroads around the same time. Hogansville around 1:38. Grantville around 1:41. East Newnan around 1:46. Luthersville around 2 a.m. and Sharpsburg around 2 a.m. as well. Roanoke be in there on top of you. Well, it already is. It's moving into the city of Roanoke now. Comments about it sounding pretty nasty out there. I'm sure it is. You got a lot of lightning taking place in the area. Heavy rain on Louisiana Road. Again, for those of you over here in Clay County, you'll see that we have still a lot of rain taking place in the county, but the severe threat is over here in Randolph County, and we'll see what the Weather Service does with the tornado watch. You know, now that we're beginning to see a little more lightning output back here east of Birmingham, they may hold on to Clay County a little bit longer just to make sure we don't get something going over here. Though I think the primary severe threat is along this line that's moving through Roanoke. Big Springs, I would hang on just a minute. I mean, the heaviest of this is moving just to your south, I think. You should be getting a pretty good lightning show to your south. So there's Big Springs. There's Big Springs, and then the heaviest of the weather is just to your south, down 87, down there around High Shoals, and it's moving off to the east. So, I mean, the heaviest part of this, I think, is going to pass south of you, but if I'm up here in Big Springs or even maybe a little bit further up here northeast Randolph, I'm going to hang on about another 10 minutes before I hit the hay just to make sure we get this stuff out of here. Waresville and north, probably Franklin. Be weather aware as this stuff moves into Heard County out of Randolph. Yeah, Wedowee is seeing some significant lightning. The core of it, though, Wedowee, is south and southeast of you. And so this special weather statement for Clay and most of Randolph is about to expire. Here in about 10 seconds, you'll see that polygon disappear off the screen. And there it goes. So the only weather statements we have now is going to be over here in East Randolph, from about Roanoke up to Potash, and then east over into Heard County. So basically, if you are along and west of 431, with the exception of North Roanoke, you're in the clear. Now, I know it's still raining hard. Broughton Ridge, Roxton, Wadley, but the energy with this particular thunderstorm is well to your east. So from North Roanoke up there around Walmart down 431 to the Chambers County line and east is where the severe weather threat remains for the next few minutes in Randolph County, and then probably another 30 or 40 minutes over in Heard and Northern Troup. We do have another thunderstorm that's pulled a significant weather advisory. This is over there just northwest of Childersburg. Now, that's about to move into Talladega County. Heavy rain again now in Talladega, the city. Childersburg, you're about to get hammered again. And this will move east. So assuming this line holds together in another hour and a half, this is going to move across central and northern Clay, central and northern Randolph. So Ashland, you've got heavy rain moving back in now, but there may be another one behind it. Same for you, Wedowee. We may have to deal with this line coming out of East Birmingham. It may trek right across northern Clay and northern Randolph in the next couple of hours. This is the way it's going to be, folks. I mean, as long as this line of storms is hanging out in the hood, we're going to have scattered showers and thunderstorms. Going to continue the remainder of the night, and it's going to happen again tomorrow. There's probably going to be a little lull tomorrow night. It's going to happen again on Friday. That's going to continue on into Saturday. We get that final push through here on Saturday, and we could be dealing at a significant severe weather outbreak on Saturday, New Year's Day. And then on Sunday, our temperatures are going to go south, and we may be down into the low 40s by Sunday afternoon, and we're headed for the mid to low 20s on Sunday night into Monday morning. Monday is going to be a cold, raw day with high temperatures only in the low 40s. Another cold night Monday night. Then we'll start a slow warming trend, I think, out there on next Tuesday, and maybe back to more seasonal-like temperatures by the middle or latter part of next week. But we're in a stormy period, and this is going to continue for several days. And we need to make sure that everybody pays attention to the forecast. The timing hasn't been really worked out just yet. We need to get this system out of here tonight before we can see clarity on that severe threat coming in this weekend. But we're thinking probably Saturday on the next severe weather threat, though it could be late Friday night. Sharon, I'm not really sure I understand your question. Are they moving the same track? Oh, are the storms moving along the same track? Well, yes, kind of. As far as the entire line is concerned, yes. But in this second line that's coming in, that's just now over in East Birmingham, most of the energy seems to be placed a little bit further north than that first line that came through. And what's left of that first line is now over here in Randolph County. So if you look at this mess down here around Roanoke, and you go back up here and you look at this mess just west of Talladega, you can see that this stuff over here by Talladega is a little bit further north than what we're looking at down here in Roanoke. And they're all moving due east. So I think this next line is going to bring rain into all of Talladega, Clay, Randolph, and probably down here in Coosa, Tallapoosa, and Chambers, and eventually West Georgia. But right now, at least, the strongest part of the storm, just west of Talladega, should trek across Talladega, central and northern Clay, central and northern Randolph. Is where the heaviest part should move. Yes, Jefferson County is okay. If your county is not outlined by pink and if it's not flashing, then you are out of the tornado watch. Basically, in East Alabama, the tornado watch continues for Randolph, Clay, Chilton, Coosa, Tallapoosa, Chambers, and in West Georgia in our coverage area, Troup, Heard, and Carroll. If I didn't call your county, you're not covered by a tornado watch. In Alabama, now there are several counties in Georgia I didn't talk about because that's out of our coverage area. You have to let Glenn Burns tell you all about that. All right, let's do a check here. I'm assuming everybody can see me still good. Okay, I've gotten a text message that says that they lost the Facebook feed. So if some of y'all could let me know that you can still see me okay, I would appreciate it. I hadn't seen anybody comment on the in the chat room that they're having trouble, so I'm assuming everything is okay. It looks good on my end. We have full coverage here. Okay, yeah, I got a lot of responses that everybody can see me okay, so that's good. Thank you. All right, folks, let's reset everything. It is 12:23 a.m. on December 30th. We started all this on the 29th. It is now December 30th, 2021, 12:23 a.m. Central. I'm Dr. Don. We are providing live severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia. For those of you who are not familiar with this, we thank you for joining us. We ask that you share Dr. Don's weather with your friends on Facebook and on YouTube and the Twitter. Also, if you would be so kind to help support us, you can go to that link I just posted. All you got to do is click on it. That'll take you over to Dr. Don's weather page on the World Wide Web. There's a donate button in the upper right-hand corner. You can click on that and support us. We appreciate it. There's also a couple of links there where you can download our weather app. And the advantage of doing that is you get a push notification directly from us instead of relying on social media to alert you when we go live for severe weather. Sometimes, especially Facebook, their algorithm is a little out there. It's not really designed for severe weather coverage. I'm hoping that will change at some point. But until then, all you got to do is go to drdonwx.com, download our weather app. That way you get a push notification directly from our servers when we go live for severe weather. Now, there is a cost involved, but it's very minimal. It's $2.99 one-time fee for Android users, and it's $5.99 for Apple products. One-time charge. That helps support us as well, and we hope that you will download our app so that you will get that push notification. And also, sometimes when I can't go live, I keep you updated on the weather through our blog, and you really need our weather app for that because that goes straight to you as well. Again, sometimes it doesn't show up on social media the way it should. So download the weather app and hit that donate button and help us out if you can. We greatly appreciate it. And for those of you that don't understand what we're doing, if you live in East Alabama, you know why we're doing this. I spent 22 years in Randolph County, Alabama on the radio, and East Alabama and West Georgia sometimes left out of severe weather coverage by the major television markets of Birmingham and Atlanta. It's a business thing, folks, and there have been attempts to change that multiple times over the years. And a couple of those times I was part of that attempt to try to get that changed. And I can guarantee you that James Spann would be your biggest supporter in trying to get that changed so that you could, so that Randolph County and East Alabama could be switched over to the Birmingham television market. It's an issue. It really is. But unfortunately, that part of Alabama is in kind of no man's land as far as television weather coverage is concerned, and radio too for that matter, except for our friends over in Clay County that pick up our feed. So we're here to provide this weather coverage for you, and we try to give you the same product you would get from Birmingham television or from Atlanta television. Most of East Alabama is in the Atlanta television market as it is, and I'm not being critical of any of the television stations in Atlanta. I'm not. But typically they do the bare minimum to meet the FCC requirements. They are required to cover you in Randolph County, but most of the time it's a scroll at the bottom of the screen. They typically do not provide wall-to-wall severe weather coverage out of Atlanta for Randolph County. Never have, they never will. The only exception to that may possibly be if we ever had a major tornado event unfold in East Randolph about to move into Hurd, they might take it wall-to-wall. But typically speaking, you're going to get a scroll at the bottom of the screen. And I just happen to think you deserve more than that. So that's why we're here. That's why we do what we do. Of course, I love it. And this is what I do, and it's what my paying job does. Well, I work for the Georgia Emergency Management Agency during the daytime, so I'm still dealing with emergency situations and that sort of stuff. So that's why we're here. And of course, we couldn't be here unless you guys continue to support us, so we appreciate it. The Federal Communications Commission governs all radio and television rules. That's just been the way it's been. And so they are part of that decision of, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, what business is it of the government to what you are able to watch, read? I mean, I agree with you 100%. But the original idea behind the FCC ruling over radio and television was to keep to keep one person from buying up all the media and controlling what you read and hear and see every day. Now, unfortunately, because of deregulation, that's exactly where we've ended up. But the original intent of the Federal Communications Commission was to govern television and radio in the United States to keep us from having a one-source information media in this country. Well, through deregulation, we've pretty much ended up there anyway. But the original rules of television markets and all of that kind of stuff still fall under the Federal Communications Commission. So that's just kind of, it's, the days of free television, I mean, you can still get television out of the air free of charge, but all of the rules and regulations were set up back when it was all free. Well, it's not anymore. I think if I pay money for a product, then I should be able to choose which product I want. The government shouldn't have to tell me what I can buy and what I can't. So if I want to get satellite TV and I want to watch the Birmingham market, then that'll be my prerogative. Vice versa for Atlanta. That's just my thoughts on it. I better quit, though, before social media shuts me down. I'll get off on one of my soapbox here in a minute. All right, so the heaviest of the rain is now moving out of Randolph County. And it's right down here along the Troup County, Heard County line. Bacon level. Just north of Standing Rock, Macocius Mills. Very heavy rainfall down there. Maybe a little hail. And then over here, just southwest of Glenn, southeast of Glenn, just southwest of Owensbyville, south of Denver. That's over in Heard County. Heavy rainfall just north of Owensbyville. We have some pretty heavy. That's probably hail right there. So no advisories for any Alabama county still covered under the tornado watch. They just dropped the special weather statement for Randolph County. So Randolph County, the severe threat has now moved into West Georgia, and it is a very minimal severe threat over there in Heard County in northern Troup. Now, you're still under a tornado watch. They have not canceled the watch just yet. But all this stuff back to the west is just moderate rainfall. That secondary line, which stretches across east and central Alabama, just south of I-20 back toward Birmingham, just south of Birmingham down to around Hoover, and then back down I-59 down to around Moundville. None of it is severe. We do have a special weather statement for this stuff just north of Childersburg and just west of Talladega, but the lightning output on this has subsided as well. 41 strikes in the last 3 minutes on that storm right there just southwest of Talladega. And then some more broken clouds and scattered showers back over here in West Alabama, north of Aliceville, and just to the east of Reform up there around Jasper, some broken stuff as well. And then that special weather statement over here in Heard, northern Troup, and then a special weather statement, southern metro, all the way out, basically just south of between 85 and 20 over here in East Georgia. Let me go back to Atlanta for just a moment for our friends over there. And you can see Athens, got some heavy rain going on there. Logansville back over toward Elberton, right along the South Carolina state line, basically between I-85 and just north of I-20 is where the heavy weather is over here in Georgia. And that area is still under a tornado watch as well. So I'm going to take it back to the composite, which shows us the overall big picture. And that's what we're looking at, folks. That's the entire shot across Alabama and Georgia, from Anderson, South Carolina, all the way back to Columbus, Mississippi. That's where your cold front is at this hour. So we're going to be wrapping things up here in just a few moments. It's 12:34. We're going to probably, unless something changes, if our radio stations are with us, I'm giving you a heads up, we're going to pitch it back to you at 12:35. So within the next minute, we're going to let our radio stations break away. I'll give you an overall synopsis right quick. Tornado Watch continues officially to 4 a.m. for Clay, Randolph, Chambers, Tallapoosa, Coosa, and Chilton counties of East Alabama. Carroll, Heard, Troup counties of West Central Alabama. That watch won't stand that long. I expect them to cancel Clay within any time now. They may hang on a few minutes because of that stuff east of Birmingham, but probably not. And then down there in Chilton County, I would expect Chilton County to be released any moment as well. Randolph probably will be released within the next 30 minutes. And then once this stuff gets out of Tallapoosa and Chambers, though it doesn't look significant at all down there now, I would expect to see those counties released pretty quick as well. So I don't think the tornado watch lasts much longer at all. Few rumbles of thunder throughout the remainder of the night into the early morning hours. We may have another round of showers and thunderstorms later today, mid to late morning. I think we dry out this afternoon into tonight, and then we'll have another round of showers and thunderstorms on Friday. Maybe a significant severe weather threat late New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. And then it gets cold, my friend, on Sunday, headed down to the mid to low 20s on Sunday night in East Alabama. I'm not talking North Georgia. We may be flirting with the upper teens up here. So it's going to be cold in East Alabama and West Georgia come Sunday night into Monday morning. All right, so we're going to continue to watch this for another 30 or 40 minutes or so. And if anything significant were to take place, I'll be right back with you. And we'll go back live and we'll continue to follow this for you for the remainder of the evening. I don't anticipate that. We've been going now for 4 hours and 5 minutes. We appreciate you guys hanging in there with us, and we've kept a huge crowd with us all night long, and I appreciate that. That's what makes this work. So support us if you can. Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'll see you back in here. We'll try to update you during the day on Thursday on what the possibilities look like on Friday night into Saturday. It's New Year's weekend. So we'll keep you updated on that severe weather threat as we move forward. And of course, if conditions warrant, we'll be right back with you. Yes, Franklin, you're safe to go to bed, by the way. Franklin and North is safe to go to bed. The only place that probably needs to watch out for a few more minutes, maybe just south of Franklin down into northern Troup County and to the east. Other than that, you guys are good. Go to bed. Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'll see you back in here next time for another edition of severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. Good night, my friend.